guys are stuck with Gibson and Matcham and me doing that.
I do maths for a living.
You do maths for a living?
Yeah.
Well, you're putting an S in it first, so automatically I'm just not going to listen to anything you say.
European, come on.
So you talked about no champion has been the person who comes in with those 10 free points, but is there a world where, some teams play points per game or some teams have targeted numbers where that really does have an impact on how you plan for your 10 games, or do you think it's not really impact at all?
Going back to technically one. Okay, Petrichor Road did have the 10-point lead in PGS1, but they also won in a tiebreaker against 4AM when it came to the final stage. So they take that. And then also, if you look at it, we've played 6 final stages now. 3 of those have been won from teams coming out of the survival bracket. So. It's really, who knows, honestly. Like, anything goes once the games get started. And now that we're playing 10, you kind of have a little bit of chance to if you have things that have been going wrong so far during the week, like everybody should have the rust knocked off at this point. Everybody should have a good idea of what their plan is going to be. And also, everybody's going to be as focused in these next 2 days as they are ever going to be focused playing this game. Because once you get to the final stage, that switch flips. And, now that now the money's on the line. So I think the guys take it a lot more seriously. There's no backup plan, really. So they have no other option but to kind of figure stuff out, don't get tilted, and, go next.
Go next. All right, well, let's go next to talk about what to expect out of this one, because we're in a reset. All points are back to the start. You get a little head-to-head comparison between 2 heavy hitters in Levante and Tiggleton, but all the big dogs are in now, Matt. So talk to me about, I'll let you pick, which team are you sort of excited about watching here as we go to the final, or, maybe tentative about watching in these big 16 boys who are taking battle?
I mean, whenever we look at it, again, my eyes keep getting pulled that 17 direction. It feels like they need to prove themselves, and whenever we see that happen, they tend to rise to the occasion. But to follow back behind that, I actually really invested in watching more of Nemesis. They're trying to, I guess, find their own pathing through what we look at in the PGS series. This is them kind of making the headstrong push through it all, and they've been coming in incredibly confident.
30 minutes.
Other side of that, of course, we can see the Falcons of Vitality. Really cool to look at. But Falcons, I was suffering from a couple of different factors, and I feel like they're starting to hammer those in a little bit more. Whereas on the other side, Vitality, they haven't really made many modifications. It's just not necessarily the things that were having them have the biggest success have been really kicking off in the same way. Like we talked about Levante, the capabilities of the squad, but we haven't really seen that firing line come into effect on a more rampagey style of a day, the same way we were seeing it a bit more towards the earlier part of the year.
Maybe I'll play PUBG
head-to-head. A reminder, the head-to-head there is because that's our stats from yesterday, and those are 2 teams that came through
after
the survival
the PGS.
stage, right? So they're already sort of playing on that back foot, points, etc. So I do think that is something that we have to keep in mind, and we're gonna. It looks like check in real quick with Tiggleton.
Hey,
a surprise. Oh, no, it's not a Tiggleton check-in. It's a Vitality Love check-in. Players in good spirits, at least in the background, or at least the management crews are.
I love the slow fade down there.
It was stylish. You got to give it that. Stylish.
I didn't know we had elevators in the back of the stadium. Congratulations on the new installations here. That's beautiful. But I liked the attitude, and because a big tenor that I've been hearing a lot in these interviews, especially even in the pre-show when we talked to Vitality in that situation, they sound tired, Gibson. They were talking about how hard it can be to sort of stay connected, to be together, to struggle, to be traveling this long. So to see a smile is nice, but it's got to be tough on these players.
It is, but it'll get easier as these few weeks go on, because the PGSs are the only real time you see them stationed in one place for a proper duration of time. Like, it was a week in Seoul, a week in Paris, a week in Astana, and now they're back to China. So hopefully they'll relax more and they'll play better as the kind of week goes on. But it is tough. Not many esports out there where players are gone for such extended period of time, and let's be real, on so many different time zones. These players are all over the shop at the minute.
See, I want to jump in for a second. I think it's actually harder the longer it goes on. In general, most of the players, the week, you kind of can just go, okay, we get here for a week, then we kind of, whatever happens, then we go to the next place. Whenever we see them in any specific location that's not their home territory for a prolonged period of time, it starts to feel draining. It's the same fast food places over and over again, not having the ability to really go run out and do the things that you want, the longer distance that you're from home, all those things start to eat more. And yeah, most of the good players can kind of balance it out, push it out. Every single one of the players has said that these 3-week situations, by about week 3, they are just fighting themselves more than they're fighting their opponents.
I suppose to add to that, one point you did make, and a lot of players have told you guys and me in the past, they share rooms with their teammates, and some of them snore pretty badly, so some of them aren't getting great nights of sleep either.
Yeah, I'm under the impression there's a lot of good mixing based on how they do the snoring. A lot of the coaches get stuck with the real snorers, which is smart if you think about it that way. I will also say I think it's kind of a balance of both. In some situations, as Matt said, when they're comfortable, you play well because you're kind of in that it's time to go. Like I finally get to be with the boys, right? But I think we also have that world, Poro, where we were in China together for almost 3 weeks, and there's a point where you're like, I wish like my home language was like readily available, or food delivery, or things like that. And that I think can take a toll. This idea of you're just living in a culture that you're not used to, and that can be a pretty big disadvantage for our Western teams. Do you see effects on our Western guys who have been traveling, or do you think our teams look pretty strong out of the region?
I mean, right now, I feel like everybody's a little bit rusty, right? Like, just because, as you mentioned, I mean, it's been travel after travel after travel. So at this point, I think these guys, they're probably tired of it. But, at first week, you're in there, you're kind of getting everything situated. You're getting your time zone situated. But I think, by now, they'll be ready to go. I think that's not really an excuse that they can kind of fall back on here at this point, because again, nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Everybody else is kind of going through the same bit. So with the exception of obviously the Chinese teams that don't have to probably travel as much.
So let's take a look at the teams that are playing today. We kind of return to our earlier conversation when I asked Matt what team he's got his eyes on as we talk about coming into this big show with the 16 teams who deserve to be here in the grand final. So Gibson, I'm going to ask, which team are you watching for better or for worse?
Better for worse, it's going to be 17. Yeah, it's obvious. Let's pick the team at top of the leaderboard. I know, but remember the interview after day 1 where they were like, guys, I want the fans to lower their expectations. Don't expect too much from us. We're people after all. Then they go and manage to get top spot and 10-point advantage. Expectations are going to be higher on this roster than they could ever imagine with that head start. So let's see if 17 can stand up as one of the 3 Chinese teams representing the region in this PGS.
I like that. I also will say, far be it for me to fully understand, how, what do you want to call it? Pop culture goes across the entire globe. But it feels to me like some of our Eastern teams tend to default to these humble interview responses for the sake of their fans, whereas our Western teams have a little more trash talk in them. Shrimsy telling Batulin maybe you should just leave the tab in for the rest of your career. So I do think that there is a little bit of that where it's like 17 maybe wanted to trash talk, but you gotta be low key about it. So as we look at all of these stats, I'm going to go over to you, Poro, and say, what is your team to keep an eye on?
What's up? Honestly, I want to see if Geekay can come back. We saw them kind of show out during the group stages. Obviously, the first 2 games kind of showed out. And then they fell off a little bit during the winter stage, but still got top 8. So I'm curious to see if that's if we're looking at a wave, if that's a downward trend, or if it was like great day, down a little bit, but good enough to qualify. And now we'll see them back on fire once again. Who knows? Petrichor Road is also another team I've got my eye on for the same reasons.
Okay. Well, what Petrichor you got your eye on as well? Is there anybody that we are distinctly worried about? Maybe Gibson is sort of just here, but you think they might just get lost in the sauce in terms of class in this lobby?
Right. By adding class, you've changed my answer. Because I was going to say Twisted Minds, but then you were like, maybe a lack of the class. I was like, yeah, you cannot say that about this roster whatsoever. I'm a little bit worried that Sharper might default to what we saw on day 1 than what we saw on day 3, right? Massive credit to Thailand, all 4 teams making it through to this lobby, but it just feels like it's 1 good map, 3 terrible ones. 1 decent map, a couple of terrible ones. I feel like Sharper need to play confident today, because if they let the teams run over them early, they could be right down the bottom of the leaderboard and stay there for the whole weekend.
So we see a side-by-side of 17 and Twisted Minds. Now we get to see 17 versus Anyone's Legend. Now let's go back and remember a little bit of what happened on the journey here. 17, obviously coming in first in the winner's bracket, and Anyone's Legend, not quite the same story. So when we look at these side-by-side, Poro, can you put that much extra on 17? Is their play style too dependent on catching circles out of the middle, or do you think there was enough craziness in the winner's bracket with those polarized, side-to-side circles that we can say they've got the rotations down, they're still really good at macro?
I feel like they looked good. I mean, they finished first without winning a single game, right? So like they were kind of masters of that strategy or that play style of going out there and putting yourself in position to try to get kills, get points, survive as late as you can. And as a result, I mean, they had a couple of really, really good games and enough to put them at the top of the leaderboard. So I think if you're going in with that mindset of like, let's keep playing aggressive, let's try to get the points where we can get them and hope that maybe we get a little bit of circle fortune. And when we do get that circle fortune, let's act on it and try to get as much as we can out of it. That's, I think, a lot of the teams are starting to kind of take that mindset and really just make adjustments to their play style mid-game based on what the circles give them.
Now, the opposite side of that is Anyone's Legend, and we saw them in comparison. 17, they won the winner's bracket. Anyone's Legend, they won the survival stage. That said, in that overall match, when we saw Anyone's Legend still has the highest average damage over almost any other team in the market today. Do we have to sort of give them a, oh no, maybe not because they were in survival in the first place? Or did you see enough out of survival stage, Anyone's Legend, that you believe that they've got the chance to go the distance?
And because when we saw the side-by-side, it was winner's bracket 17 with those kill counts versus survival stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final stage of PGS7. I'm your host, Yingxi. After 3 intense days of competition, we've already seen plenty of drama. 17 Gaming finished just 1 point ahead of Full Sense to top the group stage, as Full Sense joined the over Thailand teams in advancing to the finals. Well done, Thailand. In the survival stage, Anyone's Legend refused to back down. They fought their way through and earned the final tickets to today's showdown. That's the beauty of esports. There are always surprises, there are always heartbreaks. But it's time to write new stories, because the final stage is where the real champions are decided. So guys, it's showtime!
We are back. Thanks for the intro. Look at the stage. The crowd was roaring. The players are ready. Matcham, let's get back to our conversation. I tossed you a great question, or maybe not a great one, but I tossed you a question about Anyone's Legend there. I want to hear your take on them since we had to cut it off.
Okay, they're good. Not arguing that. But they were... The stats that we were seeing were whenever you take the 8 best teams that had already kind of qualified out. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to put like your finger and say, okay, yes, they're going to do this. And we know the fact that, okay, that means that they should at least be able to generate 9th. But really, when we look past that, Anyone's Legend is just so up and down. It's like trying to watch the ocean and the waves coming in. They'll have like this big, huge game, but then the tides will come back and it'll just be like a 16th and 0 out 2 times in a row. And then another second place with like 12 kills. You're like, it's so feast or famine that in some lobbies, they just end up overpunished and we just don't really ever get to see us do anything.
That makes sense. Anyone's Legend is more like anyone's guess, depending on the game, and I can understand that completely. Anyone's guess regarding Sharper Esports coming in might have a little bit of a struggle today, could come out surprising some people. Gibson, is there an advantage to sort of being, I don't want to say under the radar, but being a team that maybe people aren't as stressed out about when they're prepping for the final?
Yes and no. Yes, because teams are not going to be focusing on you too much, but the no part is a lot of big teams might go, oh, hey, that's, supers. Let's push them if they get a knock. Yeah. Like, it changes the mindset on some teams whenever they get that knock. But you have to remember that this is a team that finished bottom of groups and then they qualified through. Same for supers, but I think there's a big difference in how teams will approach supers if they get a knock compared to how they approach Sharper.
Yeah, because supers, you still have that little pedigree hiding behind the name that has a fear attached to it. There's another team that's got some fear attached to it. Both Petrichor and Falcons teams Oh no! Don't do him like that. All of them. There's some sickness going around here. Two teams that have a very large pedigree, have some really good players, and have, I think, fan bases that expect a lot from them, Porosaurus. And I sometimes wonder what that adds to the weight of duty, especially like the Falcons, talked about constantly, always seem to have to worry about people watching, waiting, and hoping that they fail. But now's the time to prove they won't. I'm not going to give you a question, Paul. I'm going to send you to the green room, or actually going to have you stay with me and send Matchroom and Gibson back to chill. You get to stick around so you can answer my question.
Damn it.
As we prepare to kick off game number 1 here in the grassy pastures for PGS7. Final stage, day 1. Porosaurus, let's talk about that. The weight of expectation for top teams, both by their fans, their organizations, and everyone else. How does that weigh upon a player and a crew?
I can't speak for how Petrichor Road handles it, but knowing the Falcons guys as well as we do, I don't think it's something. I think it's something that they take into consideration. Like, they don't want to let anybody down, but they are their biggest critics, right? Like, they will be the ones that beat themselves up the most over any kind of mistakes or anything like that. So I don't think that the pressure from the fan side stresses them out too terribly much. I just think they want to make everybody proud of them. So we'll see if they can do it here now, as they are going to get that Milta power drop spot.
Ooh, the only fan pressure that truly matters is when 17's fans target you because you are disliked. And that is a scary fan situation. All right, let's talk about the flight path. It is, not the greatest in terms of it is just the south, but it means we're close to possibly another 50-50 circle. And that one that hit yesterday threw everything into an uproar, especially when you're only on a 5-game series. This time, not going to be a 50-50, though. We're going full Millie, baby.
And that's, honestly better. Like, at least full commit to Millie right off the bat. And as things start off, that's going to be Twisted Minds. And who is that? Who else is down there? I can't make out. Who's the team in gray?
JD. No.
See, I thought it was JDG, but I don't think it's not JD. It is JDG. Okay, it is JDG.
Okay.
All right, I thought they were red. I don't know why. Either way, they're both on military to start things off. It looks like Virtus Pro already going to send Corexi over as well. So we'll see if VP, it looks like they're going to send it immediately across that western bridge before things start getting any more hectic. And I'm trying to see. Like, I guess the good thing about this circle, Toffees, is that since the plane was kind of hovering over that south coastline the whole way, nobody was really dropping north of the river. So nobody's going to have like a really, really long rotation. But I imagine we'll see a couple of E pickups.
Yeah. No luminosity rotations, if you will, but definitely some E pickups. I would assume at least one botation coming out of the Falcons, and a lot of early bridge crosses. And to me, this is the real takeaway here. As you see VP already kind of whipping across. Ooh, shortcut, as they go ahead and head over to their compound. But you get across early. We saw camps yesterday and the day before, Poro, and almost everybody was sort of, honestly, even the camping teams felt like they were taking losses and getting set back in the game by doing so.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. So yesterday we did have that 50-50 circle. It did end up going over to Military Island, and that's where Sharper got their big win to start off the day, and it kind of propelled them to making that cut. Even though they got very, very close there at the end, they did clutch it out in the final game to make sure that they are in this final stage. But they are making their way over now. The other thing that's interesting about this one, Toffees, is that there's not a lot of real estate still on that main island. So a lot of the times you'll see teams kind of hang out on the mainland and kind of wait to see what Circle 2 decides to do. There's not a lot of room for doing that this time. So I'm imagining that a lot of the IGLs are going to be thinking, okay, well, we don't want to commit to doing that because there's probably other teams that are going to be doing that as well, and we don't want to risk those early game fights. But now you have the other option of risking early game fights by having to send it across the bridge. So it's a tough call.
And you got to kind of plan for that. So I like that we saw VP go over early, full sense, now making that quick cross as well. To actually, the area that they're landing in right now has a pretty high proc rate of circle close. So it's a good location for them. Twisted Minds on the other side of the island actually left a player at Crossroads to keep an eye on everybody who was crossing over. When he saw Myth, he fell back to radio tower up on the high ground. So he is still getting ready to call out all of these rotations. Myth makes the early cross as well. That's put us at 3-4 teams as we watch Anyone's Legend also coming across the high ground, making those crosses within the first 5 minutes of the match here, Poro, which I think stresses just how much these teams realize if you don't cross that bridge fast, bad things are going to happen to you.
Yeah, they were fortunate enough to be put in perfect position to do that as well. And look at this, Myth actually gonna get a little present. Yeah, a little gifty.
Push the I button. No, show us.
Some long range. Oh God, no, not the P90 in the hands of Kiss too. Yeah, he's. I can see the smile coming through, even though he's not actually smiling.
That's why the observers flipped away when they saw it. They knew the odds makers would be furious if we told everyone Kiss had a P90 in the first 3 seconds. It's that's trouble. Look at that, 80. The numbers should be climbing for Myth to 96% plus when Kiss picks that up. But good placement, quick movement, and they'll be in a good spot. As we watched elsewhere on the map, 17 starting to head towards the bridge, and it may be the first camp, as I believe Sharper is setting up on the western bridge. They'll either cross ahead or wait to ambush 17 as they come out of Ice Pack. So it should be interesting. It's pretty much everybody has made it down or is taking alternative routes, with the exception of that 17 possibly getting caught by Sharper, who's loaded up and moved on. So that's it. Absolutely. Right now, it seems like it is a no bridge camp military game.
Yeah, at least so far. There's still plenty of teams over on the main island, but it doesn't look like any of the teams that came over. I mean, and I don't blame them, right? It's a full military circle, so you have your pick of spots to play if you get over there early enough. And I think these guys kind of taking advantage of that here as, Vitality and Falcons, they're going to run into each other just outside of Milta. Kickstar gets knocked, but nice coverage there from Tickleton. Will take down Levante as they spot out the rest of the Vitality boys in Milta Minor.
That's really bold of Vitality here. So Vitality came on over. The Falcons on this circle tend to come here and look for boats at the beach off of Milta. So I'm surprised the fight is breaking out, but here it is. Falcons respond. They're saying, we're not going to let you bully us. We're coming in for a fight. Nice nade passed out by Gustav to sort of start the play. He knew they were going to be moving towards Kickstar, looking for that flush. Blows the grenade behind him. Gustav trying to go for the flank because they are in the road. Got a nice little nade, going to toss it in the smoke. Maybe he gets a pick off here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Vitality for sticking around and make sure they secure that point, but after already losing one, and now you've kind of allowed the rest of Falcons to just get this full wrap on you while you were going for that flush. And you can see that they know exactly where these guys now. They don't know where Quizzy is. You see Quizzy on the mini map off to the north. And Tickleton reads it, but it doesn't matter. He gets the knock, but then immediately gets knocked by Quizzy in return. And he's on the outside of the wall right now.
They ended up giving him a couple of 1v1s. They do have to be careful. He got low, but he's outside the wall that might buy in the space because they did trade that knock at the very least. But here comes the flush. Unfortunate. Tickleton going to be put to the ground, and giving up those 1v1s has cost them 2 players so far from the Falcons, while Vitality does get the res.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams thinking at this point, it doesn't really matter. If we win this fight, we can get those revives. We can get the blue chips back up, so they've got to fully commit as the res does come through for Vitality, so they're back up to 3 strong. Gustav and Shrimsy playing the walls on the opposite side. They're going to stick this out. There's no way that Falcons pulls away from this, knowing that they can get those blue chips and reset, especially since they have information on where Vitality is currently.
Okay, so Vitality. Whoa, bold move across the road that actually takes away Gustav's position. Is a really smart rotation. He has to fall back very, very quickly because he's not sure where that car is going to stop and cause trouble. So immediately he's going to move his car to a safer spot. Smart play by Gustav to see. The smart play by Vitality. This guy's playing a little bit of a 3D chess game here. As he does set up, he's going to go ahead and heal, and now he has overlook from the bottom. The other play Vitality has as an option to them is they can grab Tig's blue and kickstarts because of this cover position, throw both in a car, blow it up, and drive away, and leave Falcons limping while they put 2 points in the hopper.
We'll see what they decide to do. As you see where that circle did shift, it's going to go a little bit more on the western side of the island. So Radio Tower is out. Twisted will have to make their way in. You see Petrichor Road already on the cliff sides down to the coast. VP and JDG kind of sending it in the same direction, and that's right over there in the corner where Full Sense is split right now. And VP and JDG will keep an eye on that as they are going to run right into each other. Yeah, Cole 119 will get the first knock on the Luca Rux, immediately traded back by Nixie as Virtus Pro has arrived into the airplanes, but JDG's still coming.
JDG's ready. VP, Lukaruk's knocked down in last ditch. You got Beam Me Up on the fuselage, taking a nice throw with that grenade, hoping to get a knock here. He's going to open fire on the UAZ. It's not going to have a lot of time for him to get cover. They're getting countered back. Also, there's a giant red circle on top of them, so things are going to get even more chaotic in the short term. Nons finds a good high ground position, is able to get that spray down. Lukarux and Nixie both eliminated. VP down to 2, and the Bears have their back against the fuselage.
That's actually nice work by Flash from Full Sense. He actually runs out there and steals 1 point away from JDG. And they'll be able to retreat back to their compound. It looks like Flash is actually going to stick around here on that wall from range. See if he can maybe do something. You see it's causing Virtus Pro problems. Correxi's having to look over in that direction. So VP down to 2 is Twisted Minds and Myth. This is where Myth normally does like to play around these bunkers, and they have already found Batulins to start things off. The rest of Twisted is still a little bit split up here after making their rotation from the top of Radar Tower.
I like this spot to play because it forced Twisted's back exposed to the hills behind them, and eventually that will be a populated area. As you can already, Petrichor and GEK probably going to move into that spot, so it does expose them. They can't play that long from this area to counter Myth. So Twisted going to have to find a solution here while we jump over to Vitality and Falcon still in the stalemate.
Yeah, like I said, there's no way either of these two teams are going to pull away from this. Like these are points that they feel like they can get. Falcons, if they can turn it around, they can get their team back up. Vitality, if they can win it, they get 4 points, and they should get their man back on his feet as well. So they'll stick it out as long as they can. As oh no, Petrichor Road again, running into early trouble with rotation as they lose I-26 and O4NB. It looks like it's just down to Chewy.
Yeah, I think that was just an absolute spray down as they drove past Geekay. They had them dead to rights, took out the cars. Vitality's up here. That shield is putting in work, man. That is the most overpowered shield I've seen. Like, that placement's incredible. He has so much view over everything the Falcons could want to do in this fight.
I mean, you see what Shrimzy's working with the Bolty.
I don't know if I've seen Shrimzy bolt in a minute.
It's been a while.
This feels desperate.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, and Shrimzy on a Bolty is about as desperate as you're going to get. But now Circle 3 has popped, so you can see that damage is starting to come in a little bit more. And now the math has changed. Falcons probably sitting pretty low on meds at this point. As the shots are going to come through, I think they realize that one is hiding behind. Oh, Gustav's going to get Gedrox. I think Gedrox was trying to blow up the car, and Gustav catches him out.
Gustav was waiting. He was the car was bait, so he gets that little counter knock is to run. He's going to take some counters as the rest of his team has to go around and try to get those reses. That gets him to another vehicle where he can try to make a chase if he wants to, but the shield is down, and that does open a couple of doors. But Gustav now has to go. Hollow my bad relocated and caught him, so now it is down to just Shrimzy because Gedrox is going to get rezzed, and it's going to be 3v1.
That sucks, man. Gustav, I'm almost 100% sure Gustav was able to pick up Kickstart's blue chip right there, but gets caught out as he's leaving. I mean, obviously they have no more utility left, or you have to imagine he would have been throwing smokes down before making that run. And now, Shrimzy, it's just a salvage game. We'll see what Shrimzy can do all by himself as he will make his way into zone.
That's it, is what it is. I can almost hear Gustav's voice saying after that knock, all right, just go. Head back, get some meds or something. Maybe they'll leave. We'll see what happens. So we're going to check back in. Shrimzy looks like he is going to go get some ammunition. He's tired of the bolt. He was like, I'm not taking this fight with an M24. This has been ridiculous. So Shrimzy's going to get a little bit of extra backup. We'll see what ends up there. The circle is, in the meantime, down pretty heavily in the middle of the military base, just surrounding it. Geekay is very, very comfortable in that south side where we saw them fighting earlier. Vitality and Falcons, AI is projecting these rotations for them. I'm skeptical about Falcons' rotation.
I think I'm a little skeptical about that too. But you see the problem for Shrimzy. He's down to 2 first aid kits and 4 bandages. So yeah, I mean, unless he finds something in this compound, which it just doesn't look like anything's showing up for him, really, you gotta imagine he's most likely done for here. As we check in with Team Liquid, they're coming in on the north side of Sosnovka. They've got Nemesis just off to their west, and Anyone's Legend, big wide split from AL on the eastern side, going all the way down to C block.
Well, they're surrounded, and they're planning on how to move into the circle. Let's listen to that planning phase.
Guys on the roof. Can't see it. And a cycle smokes in my car. We need to worry
We
about our
already
West side. That's
sent?
how we actually die. We're not actually sending anything.
At least a 3-man on artillery.
I'm ready to take that yellow fight as well. That's probably a big split.
Yep.
Only see one in the roof.
Even from that guy the whole time. That guy. Let him leave without us knowing.
Get a care of Vitality. Falcon's coming late, guys.
It's really bad shifts. We're probably just gonna have to fight late into blue most likely.
Artillery could leave. I want to watch them. They were 3-men there at least. Seems like they're staying. This guy's very team shot.
Calm, cool, collected, and ready to take a fight. Meanwhile, Myth just doing P90 things. Good job, Kiss.
As one does. Yeah, I'm curious as to what mark was yellow, if they actually read that AL split, because you could hear him say, he's like, if we could just fully crash yellow, that could be a big split. And if they call that the Anyone's Legend thing, that was a great call on his part, as Twisted Minds were able to get one man back, or at least they got a blue chip. I'm not sure if they were able to get it back yet. Myth do send it into the middle, and that's some probing utility there from JDG, but nothing too explosive just yet. And yeah, here we go. Team Liquid, I think, realize that Anyone's Legend is in this wide split, and they're going to push Sololzi.
All right, so they're going to go up there. It's outside the circle, but it does mean a nice little push here. Will they try to pull off, or will they try to fight? Sololzi up on the roof, looking for the high ground, look down. Cowboys got the nade prepped up. He's going to throw it up there, get him off the roof. Nice job with the starburst. And now you got Sololzi and Delwyn having to fall backwards. E-Arena limited elsewhere on the map. Here comes the first peek. He sees him. He gets the first shot. Cowboy pushes him behind the tree. Sololzi down to half. The nade's going to come out. Going to be close enough, but not quite on the dot. Unique for Liquid to miss that grenade shot as Sololzi desperately heals.
I think he just caught a bad bounce off of the hill right in front of the tree, and it ends up sending it right into the tree. But they've still got a few more grenades to send over in that direction. That one's going to find him. And Cowboy will take down Sololzi. Looks like Delwyn is going to hang out right on the periphery, and he does get the knock. Actually, no, he doesn't get the knock. He gets him knocked low enough that he goes down to blue, but Alo hasn't picked out.
Nice job by Alo trying to lock him down. He's got to go and make this play. They thought the split maybe was a little bit bigger than it was because they came in as the blue was closing. The backup of Delwyn did cost them, as you see him has to go ahead and take that kill from Purdy.
Some nice shots from Delwyn there as well. Just causing enough damage to where sticking around in the blue was going to be too big of a pain. And now, Destroy's going to pick out Alo, and looks like Team Liquid maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, as Maiden Thailand is going to get eliminated. JDG finally getting in range to take that fight and finish him off.
They did, so they moved up behind. Twisted Minds is going to be thankful for JDG, whilst Liquid jumps in their cars and tries to move away. The blue coming in a little bit too fast, and Anyone's Legend will fall back to their spot over by the radar area, and Liquid doesn't seem to know where they're going to be able to go now that their push on that split fell apart.
Ooh, Cowboy tried to get in there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Luke is still alive, but he is right on the edge of the zone as Shrimsy. Well, nobody can take him out except for himself. He panzers himself, and that's Falcons going out in 14th. So we can see where the next circle goes. Actually, Luke might go for this res on the Cowboy here. But the circle does pop, and it is going to center up there on Plains. But Sharper is looking over in this direction. Actually, look at this Nemesis 17 fight going on all the way on this hillside. 17 so far holding the line.
Yep, we bumped around a little bit. Liquid is eliminated up here to Nemesis and 17. 17 locked up. They had a good spot if the circle came this way, and they also on the high ground. Nemesis decided to push this at artillery. That was what Liquid chose not to push. They went the opposite way to avoid this fight with 17. Nice. In comes Sosed. Nice little spray down to kick it off as Xiao Wu is eliminated, but the nades are going to come forward. They know where Sosed is now, and 17 can try to retaliate.
Sosa's going to try to get on the move as quickly as he can, as he knows exactly where Wembwe is. But 17 trying to get out here. Don't want to lose anybody else off of this. Nice shots from Tian Tian will take down Stead. And Tian Tian, we saw him put on some superstar plays earlier this week. Let's see if he can deliver for him once again now that they have it down to Sosid. Sosid just going to hope that maybe he can sneak one away. He's going to spot Wembwa. Spots out Lil Ghost. The shots come through, but Tian Tian comes. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Lil Ghost will win that one.
I thought he might pull it off for just a second. Tian Tian Little Ghost going to be the nice 1-2 punch to save Wembo. They'll get him back up and running, and they are just outside the circle. They do have to move into Anyone's Legend, who sort of leapfrogged back over Liquid's death and is now going to be the separating factor for 17 as they try to crash into the circle in a minute or so.
Love to know where those mortars from 17 are going. Is Example going to get a knock on the nons here? That should be Resable, though. You see Virtus Pro still Beamy and Corexi managing to stay alive here. Team Vitality does get eliminated in the end as they try to go for the long wrap down to the south. But Geeke, actually, no, I'm sorry, that's Supers. Supers holding on to C block, finishing out Vitality. So looking at Geeke as well, all alone on that south side right now. They've been getting some pretty decent circle luck. If the circle continues to kind of go in their favor, they could be playing that wall, and they could cause some problems here for JDG Vitality and maybe even Full Sense.
They've gotten circle luck, but they've also been playing very bristly and making sure that nobody got to be on the south side of that map. They forced JDG off to one side. They attacked VP when they came in as well. The nade is perfect, and 17 is going to drop down to almost dead as little Ghost has to just run straight at him. That's when you know you're in trouble, when the only option to survive is to run straight at the guys shooting at you. You're cooked.
Nothing good about that. Nothing good at all. Delwyn is down, and Delwyn is flushed as now destroying him ass. 5 kills for him to start things off. So
put the thing in front of him.
Oh, Chewy. Yeah, you're not too much longer for this world. Batu will get that credit for that one. And Twisted can now work forward a little bit here. They've got a little bit more room to play. You see that they've got Supers off to their north, and then JDG VP in the plains, but they've got a little room to work around here, so not too bad.
Also, destructible terrain has made this little crater section so much more interesting to play in because you can get a little bit of dug in early, especially if you're lucky enough to get a red zone down here to pop a few of those nice and deep for you. Jedi with a nice headshot there. Good knockdown.
Yeah, no, that's a big knockout because there's no way that Full Sense is going to be able to get Belmoth up unless they've got a vehicle down there that they can just send it over. But I think they realize that would be a pretty desperate play. I'm really interested to see what Supers decides to do here. They were sniffing around, maybe wrapping onto Twisted, but now they're looking more towards the north and going towards the west. They've got some room to play there, but they know about Sharper and they know about Anyone's Legend. So it seems like they're kind of holding the line here, waiting for AL to have to make a move to see if they can collect a couple more points.
I think they're going to play the wall down to box because they know that they had C block still locked up. Should be smoking past. The big one is Anyone's Legend, right? Because there is no cover here. Now, if they get over to those pieces they dropped, the emergency cover, and they can avoid AL, then they should be in a decent little spot to lay down and wait for the next circle shift without too much loss. No one else seems like they'd be in a great spot to put in grenades on them. Now, that said, if Twisted Minds is sitting on any mortars at this point, it could be doom for Soup because they'll know exactly where they are.
I don't even know if Twisted would have time or the place to set up a mortar, but they're hopping in vehicles. We'll see what they do. Supers still kind of want to take out AL, but Twisted Minds, they're going to drop the smoke wall. They're just going to send it right across the middle, but tires are going to get lost. That's a flaming vehicle. He has to jump out. It's not going to matter. Lou will try to get there, but Tanawa will take him down. But somehow Twisted manages to keep at least one alive through that desperate send. Example will stay alive. Anyone's Legend does get finished off in the end, so Super's job done.
Job done. Soup's got a good corner. They brought 3 emergency covers with them that they've put down. You saw that crazy send by Example, the last man standing, not even sure that it's possible to res from this position other than just lay and hope for the best. VP now has to hold against Geeke. They had a spot for a long time, but they've got to cross last ditch right now against JDG and VP, both who were mad about getting shot by Geeke for so long.
So Corexi, can he land a nice... I don't even think he's got one grenade. Oh, Corexi the Molotov actually going to take down EJ and Songjang down as well. So Geeke in the smokes are getting taken down, but Akan now has eyes on Suze, will take him out as the reses will start to come through, but that's one grenade, and that might be enough. Good stuff from Corexi. It's the last one he had, though, and now it's just down to flashbangs as Geeke tries to recycle the smokes once again. See if they can maybe get the heels off, but Flash and the boys, they see the writing on the wall. They're just going to send shots downrange.
Poor Geeke. This was a textbook. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as 3 teams work together to try to stop Geeke from crossing over this road. JDG did suffer from it. VP right up on there, but now they got a smoke to defend themselves from Full Sense, which opens the door for Beamy to get the spray. Here he's going to put shots on Songjang, who's now got to run. He does have an idea of where Beamy is and maybe can use that grenade effectively, but it's going to be too short. And I think VP is just locked into a good defense spot.
Yeah, that's incredibly tough to dig out. Songjang's got 4 grenades, but the problem is Beamy's not allowing him to peek out of that smoke for long enough to try to figure out where to throw it. So he's going to get to the wall and maybe try to TPP peek this and figure out exactly where to put that thing as Sharper does get eliminated. Supers is just farming on that north side. They got a
So while this has been happening, I've been watching the Supers. They have gone to farm mode. They literally left their E covers and have just been sweeping around the outside, eliminating teams aggressively. So they're up to 7 kills already and still sweeping down on full sense.
I mean, they know exactly where Corexi is. They had all the grenades in the world, but they just cannot land it as Corexi will take down Park Pro with the Panzerfaust, using every trick in the bag now for Corexi, and he's gonna continue to live here. The support from Beamy doing him a lot of help here as
you got it.
Yeah, ain't no way. You can't peek that, buddy. Beamy is just gonna absolutely light him up. I think Akan is just thinking, yeah, okay, well, hey, he's actually gonna donate it over to the blue, so.
Take me to soup. Take me to soup. Show me the
crazy.
soup. The soup is cooking, man. They're already on full sense. They used that chance. Full sense went down to get those kills on the Geekay fight, and immediately Soup saw it. They made the wraparound. They came aggressively, and now they got the help of Example and Lou off in the distance to try and take some shots over there as well. So Soup has to tuck into the swamp and try to finish the fight with full sense very quickly.
Okay, Russian Flash. Have that wall. He's got a little bit of cover. Doesn't matter. Nice shots from Rex. He will peek Flash. Flash holding the line, playing around the card. Doesn't matter. Rex is on fire right now. Human goes down, but that's an easy res as it is all down to Supers who have just been farming 10 kills. And they're looking for a win and taking shots over towards Virtus Pro.
The Soup is hot. Killing anyone's legend opened the door for them to run that entire wedge of the circle, and they have not stopped. Meanwhile, the rich get richer as Heaven gets the flush on Lou, but it's VP versus Twisted Minds that opened the door for that middle fight and should secure an easy win as long as Soup doesn't make some crazy throw level mistake.
I mean, it'd be very hard to do, and Supers will clutch it out. Big win to start the day for them and get that snowball rolling in the right direction.
Dude, my only regret is that Geekay had such a good fight on the south side that we missed the start of the DN Supers run. We saw them drop those emergency covers. They made a good defensive play and waited for anyone's legend to get picked off as the blue forced them out of cover. And then from there, they just cut loose. And that's what I loved about it as we bring Matchum and Gibson back in. The Soup had a decent spot. Still in the circle, Gibson. They had emergency covers on the ground, 3 separate call-ins. And yet, instead of sitting and waiting, they chose to go aggressive, floated outside the circle, and came back in and took the fight to full sense. That's the champion's mentality.
Yeah, I think they learned a lesson in groups, right? They kicked things off, the second worst team points-wise on groups, and then they came back in losers yesterday and turned it around. And you gotta do that, right? The best teams in the world understand, yes, I have a good position, that's fine, but if I have a team that's near me that could cause a problem, I gotta deal with them first because it clears it up. Supers did that perfectly, and I think this team, they look a lot better. I think Matt said it best when we were in the green room. He goes, this Supers team, Matt, if I paraphrase right, he said, this is a finals team, although they might not always be in the finals.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to say it. Like, if they can get there, great, but a lot of times they don't. They kind of have that twisted problem every once in a while.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I think that is the sticky wicket of this whole thing is how do you make the right choices, especially when things go to places like military, right? You got hard decisions to make. Now, we'll get into the end game in just a second as we're sort of watching this break down, but I did want to ask you about that fight with the Falcons that lasted just forever out at Milta Power. Was that the right call, Matt? I mean, it just felt like it was such a long commitment for both of those teams.
I mean, it obviously wasn't the best call for Falcons, but
that's a fair point.
Whenever you get a military-based circle like that, you can often see the mindset kick in of, okay, this is going to be a bad rotate. Let's commit into the fights, see if we can at least get 4 points, 3 points, something like that, stabilize. That was kind of the same mindset of what was going on with the Team Liquid and Anyone's Legend fight, right? Whenever we saw the circle pop away from the hillside, they're like, we can go for the circle, but there's points here. We should probably try to see if we can get these here. I don't think it's necessarily a bad call. It's just the execution and the timing. When you end up in a place like Milta, how do you, it's so hard to get out of that fight because it's on that peninsula. So it's just one of those things that you have to kind of keep in the back of your head, like, okay, at a certain point, we just got to figure out how to pull off of those fights. And I think that that's one of the things that we're seeing a lot of successful teams that are really climbing the leaderboard. They realize when to pounce and when to go, okay, time to disengage and can get out of fights really quick.
Absolutely. Talk about somebody who knows how to balance. Let's talk about the supers, because Poro, they basically were in C block, which is a very non-aggressive position to hold. Super defensive, no pun intended. And they had to rotate out of that at the right time, and then became a very aggressive team. I was impressed with their ability to balance going from pure defense to pure offense so quickly.
No, I really love the way they played that. I mean, they realized the situation that they had with Twisted Minds down there. There was nothing that they could really do to stop them, so they were able to kind of sit there and finish taking out anyone's legend. And what they did to Sharper is criminal. Like, Sharper should have got at least a knock or two. Like, the fact that Super was able to get over there and wipe them and didn't take a knock until the very last guy went down, that's pretty crazy. So really well played by Supers, and then, I mean, it was just complete control over the top side, the north side of that circle at the end.
Great team player. Heaven with 849 damage will get the man of the match. 5 kills going his way. I feel like that's a different stat than we saw on the last screen. But either way, Heaven, man of the match, great plays there, leading this team to victory. Human also putting in a lot of work in that last game, and I think that you nailed it, Matt. It's hot or cold, but when it comes to the region, these guys have a strong pedigree and a hunger to win, a hunger to sort of set themselves in the history books of PUBG, not just because there was such a large organization that's been around for so long, because I think a lot of these individual players are saying, I deserve to be considered the top of the echelon. Watch me.
I mean, Heaven, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. Look at the size of those guns on your arms, man. You've been working out. No surprise you're popping out almost 900 damage with that thing going on. All right, but yeah, you're dead on. Like, Supers is a squad that we know is incredibly intelligent. It's just that sometimes that could be a problem.
Dollar bill, yo.
If you're always making the smart call, everybody else is making the smart call, and that puts them into these situations where they're having to fight like 4-way firefights. If you can start to develop the firepower to fight your way out of that, which we know Supers can do, you can have massive games. And that's exactly what we saw from them in that last one. They understood exactly whenever they needed to move into the right positions, and they didn't necessarily have to deal with all of the third, fourth, fifth party fiestas that we can sometimes see that happen in that area, because they just pumped out so much damage and control and got so many kills, they didn't really have to worry about it. Instead, they could just kind of take on the role of, this is mine. It was full on confidence coming in. The way that they made the plays, like whenever they were on the rock, I forget who was down below them. It was the third team out off the top of my head. The Full Sense, I want to say, that was maybe right down below them on that rock whenever they were pushing in from the west side. They just didn't even care. They like the way that they can play whenever they are at full confidence. Korea is terrifying now. And T1, very similar, right? Whenever T1 gets the momentum rolling in a game, it feels unstoppable to try to take them out.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point with Soup, and I'm going to go to you, Gibson, on this, because it seems like they did what is the most important thing. They came out of Survivor stage hot, right? They came in second place there. They played really well. And then you have that first game where you have maybe an advantage because you're warmed up to come out and have a really big first one. So that's, I think, a big deal for these survival games, because now they're ahead of even 17, who started with 10 points in the hop.
Yeah, I was actually just about to bring that up. They had to. Like, when you consider there's 8 teams that had a point advantage over them, they've come in and just obliterated that for everybody else. They're top of the leaderboard. They've set the tone. There's still 9 more maps to go, though. We need to keep it going. And the issue they have is you've got just Team Consistent right behind them in VP, right? Like, I couldn't sing this team's phrases more than enough. They're always inside the top 4. Looking at the international record, like, it's firsts, thirds, first, second, third. Like, they are so consistent at every single level. And I think right now they're the team that live up to the cerebral Europe. You know that kind of meme that's been going on for a long time? Oh, Europe or the cerebral region. Well, VP are at this point in time, because their macro, I feel, is better than anyone else in the world right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. You guys, what do you guys think? Macro comparison, VP to anybody else? Because that's one of those, I'm not used to saying that. I'm used to saying things like Batulin sees a game with X-ray vision from the sky, right? Like, there's teams that understand macro in ways we've never seen before. But I think he might be onto something. Do you guys have anyone do you think can beat VP and macro at the moment in their current state?
No, I've been saying this for a while now, that I think the way that they approach the game, whenever we look at VP, they always put themselves in the best point generating position, even if it's not necessarily the winning position. This is a squad in VP that, while they will make it into top 4, often doesn't find the chicken dinner, because they'll just find the kills, they'll find a second place, they'll find the third place. They'll just murder this lobby through consistency. They know that they can win the firefights, but they'll put themselves in the position to generate the most points. And then if they get the victory off of it, great. We saw that at EWC. They had a lead going in for forever into EWC, but the chicken dinner, if it showed up, was great. Really, it was just about putting their foot down and making sure that everybody understood that we know how to navigate this, and they've got it through reps, man. Nixie has been burning games. The rest of the squad just constantly, game after game after game, that they're just trying to push out, so that way they are ready for every situation, and it shows. They have such a good read on how to use BRDMs, but they don't need them all the time. They know how to dig, but they don't have to do it all the time. They know just how to get into the position that's best for them. That is a great understanding of themselves and the meta as a whole.
And for those of you guys at home, and maybe you don't live with us and have constant PUBG brain, when we say things like macro and planning, a lot of that is referring to big decisions, overarching planning, rotations, timings, when you're going to take a fight or how. And then micro tends to be a reference to gunplay, individual breach mechanics, how teams fight in a 1-2 scenario, things like that. So just for you guys at home, if maybe you're not as familiar with the verbiage, I apologize, because we are going to use those pretty periodically. But now you're in on the chat as well. All right, so VP does have this mastery of macro, but I want to go to another team that also has had it in the past and has let me down in a couple of events recently, and that's Twisted Minds, Poro. We had them go through Survivor stage here. We saw them in Paris, where they were better with their coach than their primary player to a certain extent. And then here we finally see a moment of truth where they get 4 kills, they get 3rd place, but it still felt frantic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, because that's they dropped on Military Island, right? Like, you would kind of hope that maybe they would be able to put themselves in a little bit better position. But you know what? They had 3 alive going into the end there, and the fact that they were able to keep 2 up until the very end, given that insane send that they had to make across the middle of the circle, is pretty fortunate. So, all things considered, with the circle shifting away from them the way it did, the fact that they got caught up with that fight with Myth over by the bunkers, I think that they're probably not happy about it, but they're not too upset with how they did in game number 1. I still think that there's other things that Twisted has to kind of be concerned about, as far as macro sensei, guys. We're talking about that, but they've been readily admitting that they've been a little bit slower to kind of adjust to all the changes that have been coming through in 2026.
Well, as me and Professor Porosaurus head to the digital green room, we're going to turn it over to the beautiful voices of Matcham and Gibson for game number 2 of the PGS final stage, day 1. It's time for the Dusted Dunes.
All right, Miramar time, so let's dive into it. We're talking about Twisted Minds. Expect to find Batulans in full mountain goat mode at some point in this one. And it's so interesting whenever we look at Twisted Minds. It's a team that has often used a push advantage has always been one of their big secrets to success, right? And whenever we look at example, they understand how to assault positions in first person. In TPP, they haven't necessarily found those same successes yet, but when they find themselves in a weird spot, like, I don't know, cars running on top of them, we can see example still is example. Those guys can still pop heads. It's just, it feels like them finding a way to get to the point to get there, where they can get into the point to pop those heads, is what's lacking right now.
Yeah, I spoke to Batu in depth, I think, before both PNC and the event, and one of the things he spoke about was in 2024, 2025, they could control the lobby, right? Everything revolved around what you could actually see whenever you put yourself at risk. So they were able to control large areas of space, understanding the fact that nobody could take on that fight with them without actually going head-to-head. Whereas now that we've changed to a new perspective, it's changed the way gunfights play out. It's changed the way teams might dive bomb to center more than what they used to, and they just can't exert that same level of control. And I feel sorry for them, because when it was so successful, like, you remember, we almost had the perfect year of PUBG from that side. I just feel like it's a team now that they're not adapting, because it's so hard to adapt when what you did worked for so long.
Yeah, and it's such a crazy thing to look at. We've got a replay that's going on right now, but we also have an interview that we'd kind of like to look at from, I believe it's 17 Gaming.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and we have Ken from 17 Gaming here. Let's say hello to the audience. Let's talk about the direct points, because you have 10 direct points into the final
He's
stage.
like speaking
so
in my
how
head.
important is it to get a strong lead in the first match? 就是在你们看来，就是有这个代入分对你们来说多重要，而且因为你们能在第一场比赛保持领先嘛。
10分还是挺重要的吧，但是最后还是得看结果。 可能有了这10分也不一定能拿冠军。
It's kind of an advantages for us, but actually we are looking for the result because the result is much more important for us. Okay, and let's move on to the next question. What's the biggest lesson you've learned so far? 就是在目前为止，你觉得自己学到最多的地方在哪里？学到了什么？进步在哪里？
世界赛打多的话，会更加的沉稳一点吧，更加的稳健。
With more like international matches experiences, I think I'm more commercial and I can keep my calm mindset right now. And the third question is about how confident do you feel to win? 就是现在你们有多大的信心能赢下这次的比赛？
我觉得我们队伍现在状态还可以。如果在圈不是特别极端的情况下，我觉得我们还是大概率能拿下这次的冠军。
We are like kind of confident with our forms right now. If the circle is not too tough, we think we can win the championship. That's all for the interview. Thanks for Tian Tian. See you in games. Bye.
Always great to get some insights from Tian Tian and the Crew 17 because they always loom in the background, especially whenever we're in the PGSs. Push now starting to come out from VP. Whenever we look at the circle, this is going to be not near at the point. This is going to be down in the southeast. Circle has gone more north, so a couple big pushes coming out. Anyone's Legend's going to spot out VP on the other side of it. Crixie taking some damage. And I think that's going to be pretty okay because Crixie's down into the southeast and Delawin's going to be more onto the inside track. Not really gatekeeping, just close to position there, Gibson.
Yeah, it is. This is the fight that I think is more impactful between these two. You got Himas, who's kind of the beast from the east on one side of it, taking on Lucarox, who's got him for cold, but the micro Uzi, Matt, not enough rounds in reserve. That rate of fire far too high, and now I'd nearly say Lucarox is on the back foot.
Okay, what can you do over here? Push is coming out from VP close range. Lucarox gonna find even more off of it. Go ahead, get that flush out as Anyone's Legend. Destroy Sololzi coming in from the top of this, trying to come down for some support. But VP just reading a good way to play around this for the time being. Poor old Delwyn's just trapped multiple angles, but Anyone's Legend is at least trying to get back behind this. You can see playing over into the north. See if they can try to get an angle around it to keep some type of contain. Find any form of safety that we can really work around this, but I don't know, that wall, it feels like VP's already read it and is defending it. And yeah, Destroy's realized, no, there's just not much else we can do over here. We just got to let it go.
Yeah, they're going to bail. Now, the question is, what did VP do about those blue chips? I think with the circle being what it is and AL being so close to the edge, they could just play around Graveyard for a while. Maybe go back and get those blue chips a little bit later on. So keep an eye on what that decision making looks like for them a bit later. But I suppose it'd be a good opportunity, Matt, to talk about the circle that we have, because we haven't yet shown it on broadcast. Just north of San Martin, between La Cabrera, is basically center point of the zone, going out as far as El Pozo. Falcons getting a really good split, but I'm looking at the 2-2 from Geekay right now. They're taking ground aggressively in the middle, getting prepared for any eventuality of that phase 2 shift.
Yeah, it's a bit mirrored by what we can see to the south of that, where it's going to be Vitality running a wide 2-2 split. People that have been watching PUBG for a long time should be kind of familiar with the general area that we're talking about. It's going to be across the road southwest from water treatment, where a lot of people talk about the God compounds. We often had circles back in the day that would pull that direction into water treatment, but with Cabrera still in play, Oasis still kind of in here as well, Pozo, be aware to the northwest, it's going to be very hilly. A lot of independent islands, high-end cliff facings that we're going to be looking at. Also hard rotation paths, depending on how these circles go. Down to the south, we still have power grid in place, so there's a lot of verticality coming into that. This is going to be a very difficult set of rotations coming up for our teams, no matter where it goes.
Yeah.
New Circle is trying to get ready to pop here in about 2 minutes. VP just making sure that nobody can come back in. That's a little bit of respect to Anyone's Legend. We don't see VP doing that a lot.
Yeah, and look, it's Himas. Like, if you can keep him out of the game for the next 25 minutes, you're going to do that every single time. Team Liquid, on the other hand, they've moved their way out here up onto the hills, keeping an eye on what's going on. They're going to send Alo back to maybe pick up Cowboy or see what he's going to do. But I think they're with a good chance of putting a good game together. But you look at the teams around them: 17, Twisted Minds, Supers, potentially Geekay. Like, this is where you...
Now Diffx making the push in. Thanadol is going to come up, provide support. Rushy's also coming in from a new angle. Steve coming down from the east. So this is a full regroup and commitment from both sides.
Can Diffx get Melman back on his feet? That's the question you got to ask. Rushy's a little bit more focused on the other side of this fight with Stead. So if you get Melman back, you bring it back to a 3 versus 3, and all of a sudden there's a chance. But I think with the footsteps so close from Danadol and those nades being tossed, Diffix just does not want to take that risk here, Matt. Right on the other side of the door. Now he's going to go for the res, but does instead have the cover.
Okay, gotta be careful with this. The door, if it were to open, I think would kind of provide cover. Yeah, so it would provide cover for Diffix. So it's going to be a bit hard for a directed push from there. Outside of this, so stepping around can't make the commitment in. Yeah, if there's just too much movement in the building, so he's trying to figure out the right place to be for it. So I don't necessarily mind this. If you can see where Melman's at, if the door opens and he goes for a res there, yeah, he just wanted to make sure that nobody was still hiding back behind it. And he's going to go for the peek around. Couple of shots exchanged by Bellamont. Takes up Diffix. Nate on the other side. Rushy gets it. And that's going to be Nemesis out. Full Sense finding the kills as the circle has gone pretty much centered to that western area of water treatment.
And I love that Full Sense won that fight, Matt, without even peeking. They played on the paranoia of, Diffix, who kept, half committing to the res. I think 3 or 4 times you saw him almost go through it, and then 1 or 2 footsteps. All it takes is 1 or 2 footsteps. You take the player off the res, and then you win the fight. Back on the other side, though, VP coming under heavy pressure here from Falcons as they push in and force supers out of their position inside of San Martin. And this is a team we praise about their decision-making time and time again. Even here, you and I don't like teams sending to cities early. This isn't to send to city. They're playing on the periphery, and they've got the opportunity to leave a little bit later on if they need to do so.
Well, the position that Falcons is playing is absolutely massive in the circle. It's pretty much, I won't say it's centered, but it's close enough that you can just kind of move up to the north if you need to. It's a plateau pretty much up over the top. Yeah, there's a couple of little dips down inside of it, but you're going to get a ton of vision of what's going on in San Martin, control over the area leading into the road into water treatment plant. You get a couple of ways to stretch out. I think Falcons has already sent Kickstart down because there's a lower compound that's a bit more centered. So Falcons playing on both sides of that. And I think that VP was trying to make a striking move for this, expecting maybe Falcons might go for a move away from it. Or if you have to play around San Martin, it does provide you some cover with the way that those extremely tall buildings are inside of San Martin. It's one of the few areas you can actually get distance away from Falcons high ground if you need to go for a rotate more to the north or east. You use those to block out sight lines. So actually being very close to Falcons here is its own level of safety.
Yeah, Falcons provide you cover as well from the likes of 17. But I'm looking at other positions on the circle. Liquid have set themselves up on that recall station on the edge of the circle to the southwest, just on that main road from San Martin. A little bit further north of that position, Full Sense, having won that fight, have got a lot of control to the north. And with the circle kind of not really favoring either side for either Geek or Vitality, they're just going to continue to hold their 2-2 split. My only fear, Matt, is if it goes south and, EJ needs to rotate south, they might get caught off by Myth, and I think that's why they're calling it an E-pickup. So instead of driving towards their teammates, the 2 northern members of GK have got an E-pickup ready to go if the circle shifts unfavorably.
Yeah, but Sharper is at that high ground point, and that's going to have a lot of vision on the emergency pickup if they pull the cut to just land on the GK. That could be
the sandstorm, the timing.
Yeah, sandstorm coming into the west is going to be perfect for rotates. You can see a lot of people already trying to use it. Circle does pop, actually leans into the sandstorm side. Twisted is going to be great position. GK as well, so we'll have to see how they go for that. San Martin going to start being a little bit abandoned. And that high ground that Falcons had for control, completely gone now. The sandstorm comes in at the perfect moment, and everybody is going to be leapfrogging around them, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, a gift from the gods there. That sandstorm allowing the likes of JDG and E-Arena to get on the move early. Looks like GK will regroup center of the circle now in that position, in that valley, Matt. It's a position where you're not going to get a ton of kills, but you've really put yourself in a good position for the late game in the final 4. Falcons, if I'm Falcons now, I'm worried. Look at how many teams have already leapfrogged them into towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, it's a more flat section of it. We still have the verticality that's up into the northwest. GK trying to get their regroup, and Song John made it a little bit dangerous, but a couple of shots now coming out from Team Liquid end up defending GK and allow them to make landfall into those buildings. South, really to the east, still concerns me, but E-Arena's positioning up on top now, looking down at GK being punished by Sharper. As, yeah, one of the players for GK did go down, but that should be restable.
Yeah, it is. Look, Thanawa, nice shots for him, gets the damage numbers up, but all in all, GK, they're going to be back together with 4 players up, pretty much center of the circle. Down by the God Crossroads, Twisted Minds have a great position as well, and let's not underestimate the fact Twisted Minds can get angles onto Sharper on the high ground, but Like, have you seen the map? Sharper have got zero pressure coming from the periphery on them. They've got full control of the high ground on the circle. They could be in for a big point haul here if they play this right.
Where does 17 really find themselves going? It's just going to be damage control position right down to the south. There is a hillside, but they're kind of getting shot by those other squads that can't find a way into the circle, really. VP, eyes onto maybe, is this a mortar position going for E-Arena? I don't know if they have full information on that. Could be also JDG. Could also just be going for a stop-off point, because there is a bit of a flat section that is playable a bit further out. They might be planning around that. Oh, it's JDG sided. That's okay. That's okay. Everything's fine. You still got your little bowl. Now it's just more of a bowl.
We watched the wrong mortar there. Halo hit one at the exact same time, and it landed on top of Pawns from E-Arena as Liquid tried to put some pressure on. It's not too far away from the position JDG are on either, and Halo. I love that. Instead of firing off all the mortars at once, he realized he hit one and just sent the second to the exact same place. Easy point for Halo, taking no risks whatsoever. And JDG, they're dipped into their bowl, and the mortar sent their ways actually created little hidey holes for them as Jedi will find Belmoth.
Well, this is just a push up to the top. Full Sense looked like they were trying to fight Sharper's positioning up here, and Sharper's just playing the ridgeline in the road. This is going to give them a lot of control, verticality in the circle, of course, but you got to be a bit careful with it as it's hard to navigate. Circle pops and moves to the crossroad. This is going to kill out a lot of the verticality that we see over into that southeastern area, but still keep Sharpers in play. It's against the edge of the zone, though, so it doesn't feel too good. I'm curious to see if they'll stay there. There is safety to be had, but more to the south and the southeast, this is about to pop off. Team Liquid, well, they're going to try for a wrap closer. I wouldn't be surprised maybe next to where Sharper's going to be at. If you go for a big wrap up to the north, that could be rewarded. But I mean, JDG, Falcons, VP, anyone's legend over here, 17, no good real easy paths into the circle except for pushing up a ridge line into already defended positions where teams are playing. That's going to suck as now VP rolling right next to Falcons. It's punishable, but there's still more to go as VP's just got to roll right next to JDG now.
Yeah, let's jump into their comms, actually. We have them available for this fight with JDG. They've cleared them up, but I want to hear what they have to say now because they know Falcons will be coming.
Woo!
Foreman. Knock him.
One more running. Late yellow. He's running.
I'm nading yellow.
Late yellow. He's running.
I'm nading yellow.
Yellow.
I'm nading yellow. He naded me.
You're alone. He's still there.
He's nading.
Nice.
Go down. Falcons.
Great job of maximizing points there, Matt, from VP from inside that position, but I feel like Falcons are just going to take advantage now. They tossed the nades in. I think VP did the best with what they could have done there.
There are a couple of ways to approach that, but remember, we've got eye in the sky. We know everything. VP just knew that there were a ton of squads in front of him, and they're not going to be too sad about that if you really look at it. 6 kills already, assuming that Corexy is going to go down. But man, Corexy doesn't go down easy. He will find ways to find another point. As I say, that poor old Shrimsy going to be on the receiving end of it. Anybody else wanting to come down? Nah, he's going to be able to flush that one out. Most likely is,
Of time, they can get the res.
Just enough.
Oh, they can get Shrimsy, but you've lost kick off the back of that one. Lou dropping a brilliant mortar on top of him, but I feel like Shrimsy just timed out as well. So Falcons, 2 players left alive, 4 points on the board for them. Matt,
it was Twisted.
Yeah, Twisted Minds and E-Arena right there too.
Yeah, Falcons now trapped over here. They don't really have too much cover to work with. I don't know if Twisted is going to go for the hunt on this one. Tig takes a couple of shots onto E-Arena, at least gets the knock onto one. That's allowing them to go more into the east, but Supers are going to be trying to gatekeep that one out. Solozzi's still roaming back behind Twisted Minds that we've got to keep an eye on. I think that Tig has realized they have threats approaching from behind, so they aren't done yet, and they've got to focus up. Nade's going to bounce, goes a bit too high, catches it right on the cliff edge, and just kicks it over their head. So now Twisted knows exactly where to throw their nade. Yeah,
that nade could be very good right on top of the coop, but it's 2 for the price of 1. Sent to space. Goodbye, good night. 2 players down. Twisted Minds are just back to Imperfectix, left alive now. More pressure from Tiggleton. 1 player left alive for Twisted Minds as the 2 Falcons soar above them. A hip fire through the smoke. Don't let the res occur, Tig. He manages to confirm 1, but what a play that is from Falcons. And now E-Arena with 1 down can't even capitalize.
Godnade saved them there. They still have to go through E-Arena, but remember, they had a knock onto them to start, and E-Arena hasn't been able to get over there and get to the res. Instead, they're trying to like hold the line against Falcons. Supers doesn't have a way to get in the circle either. Petrichor Road's just going to be the north of where we see them playing. But our firm gatekeeping squads are going to be Vitality as well as Geekay. Falcons realize it's just time to cut and run the best that they can, and it's just going to be running right into the face of E-Arena.
Yeah, the arena, they've got one player, Patampong is down, and with Nurans here digging his hole, he's trying to keep an eye on what is going on with Tiggleton on that ridge line, and the problem is he's using an AUG. Tig has got the mini in his hand, so his shots are going to land that little bit harder. Falcon's in trouble from Sharper here as well. Kurt is down, Luke is down, Alo drops down to just a singular HP as he drops inside and he hits those. It's Cowboy.
Hold the line. That's all they're trying to do right now is Team Liquid under firm duress. Jedi, can you get anything else out of it? Gustav, nowhere to go. He's going to go down. Geekay now swarming out of their position, but Alo just keeps on holding it. Jedi is going to go down, and it is going to be full-on res Alo trying to get everybody on their feet.
Yeah, everybody's still alive. That's a great nade from Sung Jung, as that's another kill, and that's E-Arena losing even more players. You've got 6 teams left alive. Vitality wiped out as well, as we enter our final 23 players with almost 20 minutes gone. Liquid will have time to regroup and get everybody back on their feet with control on that hill by the shack, but I'm keeping an eye on what's going to happen between Full Sense and Myth, because Myth have been in this compound for so long, and right on cue, Kiss gets a knock on to Rushy.
Yeah, Full Sense is just kind of trapped over here now with Team Liquid starting to right their ship. They've got a couple of rock croppings that they can play for. Supers is just having to mirror position alongside Petrichor Road. These guys have been scrapping for quite a while, and there's no easy, real way to deal with this. Petrichor Road's just trying to get across and get, you can see that there's that hillside just to the north of where they're playing, but the nades coming out from Supers can roll downhill, get that extra little bit of distance, and just trying to make it to that hill. It's so close, but Supers just keeps trying to cut them off. Supers can't really go too much further up onto the high side of this because Full Sense is now trying to punish both of these teams, and Full Sense getting some damage onto Petrichor Road because they're trapped. They are stuck here, and they need to take down somebody on Supers, but it is just not happening. Supers got this on complete lock.
Yeah, as you said, they're playing the way you should in a final. Petrichor Road deleted, and Supers move up to 31 points now, taking full advantage of these first 2 maps. Liquid will get EJ catching out Kurt as they try to make their way in. Alo already with a foothold in the circle, but now Myth need to move. And you're looking at it and you're going, oh, there's nobody center circle. Matt, you don't want to be center circle in a zone like this. It's just a killing field. It's a valley. You want to be where Liquid are. You want to be where Supers are.
I don't know if you want to be in any part of the circles. I mean, Supers is all right, but remember, we're in circle 6 right now. And so to the north, where kind of Team Liquid's at, there is a hill that you can play that gives you some safety. Supers have the remnants of a hill and a ridge that they can play, and DK has a compound that's going to have like a couple buildings still in. Full Sense, Myth, they're going to lose the positions that they're playing, so Full Sense is probably going to be trying to make a push into the same area that Team Liquid's trying to get in control. And whenever I say hill, look where Alo is. That's the hill I'm talking about. I wouldn't say it's good, but it is at least like not the road, right?
Yeah, well, guess what? It's better than the position that like VP or 17 or Twisted Minds are playing right now. You know, if you want to find some positivity for these positions. So Rushy, he's dug himself that hole. He can keep an eye on what Myth are going to do, but I feel like Myth are the jokers in the pack here, Matt. They're the team that are going to be the domino that decides what happens with everybody else with their move.
Yeah, and they're going to push for that hill. There is no surprise on that. And that now means that Team Liquid's going to be on one side of it with Full Sense getting harassed, while GK and Supers are also taking shots as they're just trying to get... There's this valley that kind of leads into that hill, and Supers has a great line onto it. The valley itself, GK has vision on, and now with Myth trying to get onto that point as well, it's already super contested over here, so Full Sense, while you can get the damage onto Team Liquid, you're kind of surrendering angles that Myth are now just waiting, and they're going to pounce you the moment you try to go for this.
The favor that a can just did for Cowboy there, as needs to be spoken about. Cowboy was dead to rights and a few shots from a can pulled them off that fight. Full Sends, they're about to make their full send down the hill, making their way towards Alo. He's got the shield for cover. Luke's going to get one with the M249, but he's going to get flattened by Flash. And in the blink of an eye, Flash are deleted. Liquid still holding their own, but here come Myth.
That nade, he just took it to the face. The car bumper runs right into him, but he dropped the nade trying to keep eyes on the prize of the goal. Myth does manage to execute their play that they were waiting for so long, so they get the hillside that Team Liquid wanted so bad. And it's now in the calmer section of it. They have an easier approach coming in from the east. DK didn't have a good sightline onto it, but EJ is making a move down across the road to try to get center dot control, while Songjon is actually pushing more onto the side to try to defend up against Super's approach.
Yeah, I think that the way GK are playing this is really clever now. EJ's realized that if he plays in this valley, that it's really hard for the likes of Myth or Supers to shoot him, because they're going to put themselves into fire from each other. So EJ can play the spot. There's a shack on the other side of the road that the rest of GK can maybe move into, but they don't even have to yet, because the compound, the junkyard, the shanties are still just about inside the circle. Supers and Myth now are the ones that need to move.
This is going to be a game of timings, right? Whenever we look at it, Myth is going to have to move first, of course, because they're the furthest out. Super's going to be very close to the circle already, but see that they don't have a lot that they're really working with over there. It's two squads now leaving the hillside that they've been using for cover, moving downhill, sloping into each other, into that road. That's why EJ was trying to go for this foothold position, not necessarily to get center dot control, but more control for wherever anybody else can try to push into. He's going to be fighting anybody that tries to get into that angle and try to deny it. He's using that rock, as you can see, that's set up over here. And I believe that Myth and everybody else can spot out the car. Them Supers, they know they're going to have to be playing to the northeast of anything. And this position from EJ sets it up to where Myth have to either choose to just hop in a vehicle, send it down into GK, or just have to take the fight against Supers. And both of those are going to feel very bad. It does at least feel like maybe they're thinking the northern section could be a bit easier to go with off the start, so they're going to go for it fast and heavy, roll right in front of the Supers, use a couple of those trees for cover, but that's going to open it up for GK exactly according to plan.
Yeah, the utility barrage now coming right on in, and Myth are gone, going back into the Myths, and now it's just the Supers and GK, Korean 4v4, to find out who will take game number 2. A win here for Supers would really put them into the driving seat on the day. 36 points already, Matt, but shots from EJ forcing them up the hill, and here comes GK bringing the fight to Supers.
This has been just such a heady game coming up from GK. They understand exactly how they need to win this and where everybody else is at. But the firing line from Supers, we know, can be ridiculously strong. Humans make the push onto EJ down below all of this while GK is trying to take control of this upper section. EJ needs to keep himself alive, but he's got no tools to do it. Somehow, he does it. He gets the knock onto Human. Supers in trouble over here on the other side of it, though. How do they fight their way back down? They need to get these flushes, but Park Pro, he pops off whatever he needs to. It is just Deal, the last one up.
Yeah, he's got the res inside the blue onto Rex. It's a 2 versus 2. Both of the crate weapons not being used at all as Park Pro takes a ton of damage from the first nade. Blue zone being tossed deep as well as Deal will try to use the first aid now, bringing the fight towards GK. EJ coming up the hill now as well, but this is not. Park is isolated. Can Akan get here quick enough?
How many nades do Supers even have left? They were having to use so much utility beforehand. Park Pro just has to hold down, keep the line set, let the blue zone force the firefight. Deal on the other side, spotting out all the movement coming up from GK. Lots of benefits on that because now they're going to be coming in with all of the information. GK does look like they're trying to make a commitment back over into this res. And remember, GK was playing on the lower section of the hill. They didn't have to fight as much of this. Gets a good angle onto it. Rex gets a knock onto Park Pro, and now here comes the push. Supers realize that they need to get around this. Actually, look like they're going to grab the car, try to use it for a bit more cover. Are they going to try to go down the hillside and fight that there, leaving one behind? This is going to allow them to make a pinch point, and Supers are making a play to take control over the circle. GK's got their backs up against the blue zone now, still has to deal with Rex. This is so smart.
Oh, he steps up from the hiding hole. He does a ton of damage onto EJ as Rex finds one, and it's all down to Akan now. He should be able to find Rex from this position, and he does. 1 versus 1. High ground controlled by GK, but center point controlled by the side of the Supers. The question is, does Akan have a smoke? Can he go for that res? Because it is on here, Matt.
Ooh, big bounce on the nade running all the way down there. So we've had a swap in position as we look at this. This was low ground GK that was controlling this for so long, and now we're going to have Supers with 1 up. They've got a Dorito, a car, and a road, and it doesn't feel too good. GK, though, they have to run down from this hillside. That hillside, though, giving them those nice bounces and rolls down, and there we go. Mirrored mindset, right? GK You want to try to set up a new pinch onto DL. He's got to make sure that he makes landfall. Any damage that DL can get here could be big.
Oh, no.
He can't quite hit the shots, and yes, now going to make it to the rock. Akan in a great position, and that is pinched. DL's got nothing left to work with.
The window, the door might have just been shut, and it has. GK take the second map, making sure Supers don't go back to back. But that is one of the best final circle fights I have seen in a long, long time. A game of chess. You make a move, I make a move. You get advantage, I get advantage. But the one thing that came in clutch there, Matt, for GK in the end was that plateau, allowing them to get the res once more to regain numerical control. And Deal had one shot to get the knock, didn't get it, and GK took the win.
That was one of the smartest games I've seen in a long time. Let's go ahead and bring back in Toffees and Poro. Toffees, what did you guys see watching that? Because I felt like there was so much that we could have missed.
I want to open by apologizing to the casters. That was a very exciting end game, and they put us in the room together. And so you guys should know I was uncomfortably yelling in the background, distracting them the whole time.
It gave me some energy. I loved it.
But it was because it was so cool. Like taking the one, like, Supers giving a 2-1 is a little bit stressful. I think they took a good risk, but like that was like a chess match at the end, and they're right down to like sacrificing pieces to try to get other pickups. Like I loved watching that kind of stuff, Poro.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to talk about in this game. This fight, one of the first ones, you could see, Nemesis just getting a little antsy, man. Just it seems like full sense their experience kind of outshining Nemesis in that one particular incident. And then the battle for the plateau, the circle shifting off to the north here, I don't think anybody was predicting. Like we've seen these circles go over here time and time and time again, but so rarely does it shift away from Falcon's compound, and I think Falcons were surprised by it as we get to see the Twisted Mind space program once again.
That was something else, right? If you can't be mad about dying, Gustav, at least, because you got to send somebody to the moon. Go ahead, Matt.
You have to hit like the perfect angle onto a nade moving at a specific speed to make it do that. So it always just makes me happy when you see it. I don't have any big insights. It's just you have to hit a perfect nade, and it paid off big because it got the double knock, and it was just so cinematic watching the car fly off.
I enjoyed that liquid dead man's hand there too, to be honest.
Yep. Well, Liquid was a fascinating way that they played this game too, as they sort of grinded their way into fourth, and I don't feel like it was an easy trip for them, Poro. They had to sort of like watch the kerfuffle with Falcons and Twisted and everybody else and choose some really good rotation times.
Yeah, that was, I mean, obviously it was a tough shift for Falcons given that they were in that compound, and that compound usually gets so much love. But we were talking about it before, like that spot that Liquid was in on the southwest, the high ground. Usually you'll see teams kind of play up there. They'll take their time. They'll stay up there and farm damage down on the teams that are kind of exposed below them, but then eventually they're forced to move by the circle shift. Well, this time it went so far north that they were able to kind of bide their time and wait till the end, and they actually make a smart play of going around all the way to that northern side and playing those hillsides where it got dicey. It definitely got dicey. It came down to Alo at one point, but they end up coming out with a nice little stack of kills and almost get all the way to the end there.
Let's talk Geeky Esports. Actually, let's talk Soup for a second. Even though Geeky takes the win, the real deal comes out as the man of the match.
I was hoping that was going to be EJ because he played that position for Geeky at the rock all by himself while the crossfire was going on above him. That was a really pivotal point, and he had the highest damage on it. But I mean, yeah, Bob Sang had deal. Yeah, he's the real deal.
He is. So he pulls it off. He gets that man of the match. But I do think it came down to a really great game by Geeky. But the actual story here is Korea dominating right out of the gate in the first two games. Soup picks up 16 points in the second game of the day after winning the first one. Geeky is not to be outdone, though. They had an okay first game. We're sitting in 6 coming into this one, and then pop a 17-pointer. So not too shabby, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Geeky is able to actually land the grenade on top of Corexi in the foxhole, they had 17 chances to try to hit it and missed every single one. It might have been a different story in game number 1, but this time around they are able to dispatch with the arena with a nicely placed grenade, and then we saw what they were able to do there in the end. So Geeky has been looking good, kind of showing form that we saw in those group stages, but D and Supers are on fire right now.
At least they're not running away with it, right, Gibson? I thought for a second Soup was going to get back-to-back wins, and then how do you stop these guys coming out of the, remember, survival stage? They look really good.
They did, but it's still 16 more points. Like, you consider the fact 17 started this whole day with a 10-point advantage over everybody else, and look, they've got double, almost more than double the points than what 17 have.
But thank God they stopped them, right? Because if Soup had won that, you added another 3+2 to that lead board, so they're up at 43, and you take 3 away from Geeke, they're 20-something points up on their nearest competitor. So thank goodness Geeke put a stop on that, because it does feel like Soup is one of those teams that after they take off running, they become very hard to catch. They've got that freedom to do what they want with, and we saw a little bit in that game as well, taking some risks and some aggressive plays there. Now, teams that I think we also kind of got a chance to watch in both these games, Myth. We saw some big moments in the last one with Kiss and the P90, a couple good mortars. Here, they got a pretty free rotation, backfilling. I think it was Liquid coming into the end game circles. But they're still not putting together the points that I expect to see from Myth over the last couple of days. We'll come back. We'll talk about Myth. But first, we're going to actually check in with Rex from Soup.
Hello, everyone. We're having Rex with us here. Welcome, Rex. And it's like a cliffhanger, but a little bit P.T.'s final circle. So what can you walk us through about what happened in the final circle? 就可不可以给我们简单讲解一下，就是决赛圈究竟发生了什么，还是有一些可惜的情况出现了？
4대4에서 이제 2대2로 바뀐 시점에서 결국 좀 더 저희가 유리한 위치로 먼저 저랑 DL 선수랑 같이 차 타고 이제 들어가서 GK를 막는 그런 상황을 만들었어야 되는데 그러지 못한 게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
原本最后一个圈原本是4对4，然后变成2对2。我和 DL 选手原本可以抓住一个很好的点，但最后没有抓住那个点，所以感觉有点可惜。
In the final circle, me and Dil like have a great opportunity when the circle is shifting. We have a like chance to finish the game, but we didn't. So it's like a very pity final circle. So maybe you can like do better in the next time. 我们希望下一局比赛，Rex 选手可以打得更好。All right, that's all for the interview. Thanks for Rex, and see you in the next game. Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. Today we're joined by Keith and Jacob from Made in Thailand. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
Hi, I'm Keith.
Welcome. First of all, after the winner stage, what's been the biggest focus for the team as you prepared for the next stage?
ก็จะแก้ไขสำหรับ4เกมแรกที่เกิดขึ้นเมื่อวานครับจะทำให้มันดีขึ้น
You've won so much together. When things don't go your way, what helps the team stay confident?
ก็จริงๆก็ถ้าสมมติเราไม่ได้ตามเป้าหมายที่คาดหวังไว้ก็จริงๆก็คือจะรีเซ็ตทุกๆรอบครับไม่ได้เอาเกมที่แย่ๆมาทำให้ตัวเองรู้สึกไม่ดีครับก็รีเซ็ตแล้วก็เล่นใหม่
Okay. Who is the biggest perfectionist on the team?
คิดว่าเป็นตัวผมเองครับอย่างเช่นการมูฟรถอะไรอย่างนี้ครับผมถ้ามันเสี่ยงเกินไปก็ต้องมาขยับให้มันเพอร์เฟกต์ที่สุดครับ
The tournament is far from over. What do you want people to see from Made in Thailand the next stage?
อยากให้เห็นพวกเราเป็นท็อป3 global ต่อไปครับผม
Thank you for joining us today and looking forward to behave well, playing well in today's survival stage. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
Bye.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play. for glory.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device, automotive to automation, curiosity to creativity, business to breathtaking, AI to awe. And we're just getting started.
Welcome back. It is Shanghai, China for PGS7, and so far, our Korean teams have come out of the gate guns blazing. No pun intended, but they are definitely taking the fights and not afraid to do so. Locked, loaded, and ready to play. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Matchroom, Gibson, and Porosaurus here with the call today. And so far, it has been an exciting and honestly cerebral first day, Matchroom, as we saw everything from chest heads-ups to crossing the bridge.
I'll just say, yeah, I totally agree, because it looks like it's time for you guys to dive in and see if we get another one of those cerebral games.
Ooh, I like that. This is my new strategy. I'm just going to hit you with questions right at the end, so you have to agree. All right, you guys get out of here. We're going to turn it over to me and Poro to wrap up, to get into game number 3, the midway point of day 1. But the good news for all y'all at home is we're still playing 10, so it's still anyone's game as we jump into this one. A nice plane path as center as you can like it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? I'm gonna throw out something to you right now. If we're gonna keep watching these replays at the very beginning, why not keep all 4 of us in here until the replays are over?
Oh, yeah, we could definitely. Oh, yeah, you're right.
You know,
like through the whole replay. Yeah, no, why not?
Kind of thinking about it. We'll talk about it in the break. Sorry, guys, we're doing a little shop talk in the background while we watch everybody drop down. But yeah, no, I mean it's a great plane for Tego. Considering like we've seen a couple of planes so far that have been really favoring like one side of the map. This one's kind of allowing everybody to go everywhere, but somehow these two teams decided to go to the same spot, and this is all the way at the end of the plane ride too. So this is what Genji and E-Arena are about to start squaring off down in the hospital.
Time to bet Myth in E-Arena. Battle on the roof. Jacob goes down right away as Nurens gets a nice little spray. Baron gets the counter, though, on Nurens. So it's going to go 2 down. Pathompong responds immediately as he drops Baron, and now Kiss very low. Pathompong's got nothing but an F24. Oh, my goodness. The spray is there for the M4. Larix gets the knock on Kiss. Scappy goes ahead and gets the knock on Pathompong, and I think we're down. Is this 2v1 at this point?
It is indeed. And Scappy has no heals, no nothing. Yeah, I mean, you can get the flush at least. Even if you go down, you'll get the point. E-Arena doesn't care. They'll just be able to go to that revive station.
No way.
Scappy will just go ham with the Uzi. Kiss is going to be able to come over here and provide him some support. And now Larix has a decision to make. He's going to try to make the run. He's got it. He will win the fight. And E-Arena comes out on top.
What a baller, too. Okay, so honestly, though, Myth had 3P peak advantage there, and Larix exposed himself because he believed he could get that headshot in the time it took him to hit the uncrouch button and take the counter shot. So that was a beautiful play by Larix to come out and get that win. He should be able to get his entire team back up and running, or at least find a beacon to go ahead and do so. So what a crazy starting fight right out of the gate.
Can't believe I called that was E-Arena and Genji. Genji not even here. I just wish they were. Maybe, I guess.
Well, it's
tough. I can't see either. Like I'm old. You know, white names on a gold background, impossible to read for me. But it's like Luke 12. That's a good grenade. Ooh. And full send. Yeah, Belmoth. He's going to have to run because the rest of Liquid has arrived. And I'm looking around to see where this is happening on the map. If Full Sense is coming, it looks like they are. So Team Liquid will collapse immediately, but you can see on your mini-map, Full Sense is trying to arrive here, but Purdy Cardi will win the 1v1.
Yep, they had to get that quickly. It might actually result in Full Sense pulling back off and extracting themselves or slowing down the push here. They do shoot from the high ground. They have a great spot to look down on Team Liquid right now, so Liquid's going to have to be very careful as they lock up. What I do like, though, is another example today of Liquid being proactive. The first two games, sure, the Edwin's Legend fight didn't go exactly the way they would have liked, but they made the choice and they pushed that when they needed to. Same in the previous game, waiting a little bit longer, using their mortars, backfilling a couple of teams from the south on Miramar. Also a really nice play. So I do like, however this goes, seeing a aggressive, willing to be proactive Team Liquid.
Yeah, no, that was really nice. And we'll see how long Full Sense decides to stick around here, because you see Cowboys taking shots from Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road has made their way over here, and now they've got Cowboy pinned down. He's taking a little bit too long to go and join the rest of the boys. You better hope that thing's got good acceleration. Oh, he accelerates it right into a wall, and now he's going to have Ming Ming right on his doorstep as Flash is going to get a knock onto Luke.
I don't understand how Cowboy's still alive, let's be completely honest. Luke does go down, but Cowboy somehow makes it into a house. Perhaps his making choices that they never expected is working in his favor. There's the grenade at his feet. Those are the worst. You hear the ding and you look down and it's just sitting there.
Oh.
Yeah, oh.
This is interesting now. Full Sense, they only lose Belmoth, but they're fully committing to taking this fight. Now, I will say this compound is basically dead center circle right now. So, oh my goodness, Thanadol. What a good grenade. And now, all of a sudden, Purdy Cardi is all by himself. Team Liquid thought that they had won the war, but they only won the battle. But now, Petrichor Road is going to come by and provide some support as Flash will go down to his own grenade.
What are we even doing, guys? This is insanity.
Center circle.
This is insanity. Yeah, it's fight for the center. Circle goes very far to the south, and now everybody's here, so it does become a third-party fiesta as Team Liquid, for all of their proactivity and desire to be here, ends up just slowly but surely getting dismantled piece by piece.
I mean, this is one of those things we talk about all the time. You see C1 pop and you're like, oh, yay, my team is dead center of C1. That's great. No, it's actually kind of sucks, because now you have to worry about every other team that's coming, because you thought Petrichor Road was enough. Why not throw Supers in there as well? Why not throw 17 in there as well, as everybody is looking over in this direction towards this compound, towards the hills surrounding it, because it is in the center. It is a great spot to hold. And now we'll see if Thanadol can time that grenade nicely. He cannot. Oh, but that gas can is scaring the hell out of me.
I'm trying to. There's just, the map is not zoomed in enough because VP is so far north right now. Pick it up. Let's get out there. This fight is absolutely insane that it is still going. Kurt, I mean, but like Kurt can't really like. There's nothing you can do here. It just feels like you have to just lay down and wait for your inevitable death.
No, I think he realized, I mean, he knows that Petrichor Road is pushing, right? So I think he's hoping that maybe he's got some support from the hills that's going to keep Full Sense from trying to send it over here. Now, Thanadol does still have one more grenade. Looks like he's going to hold on to it for now as we get a replay of that E-Arena myth scrap that started off the game. It's been nonstop action from the drop, Toffees.
It really has. It has, honestly, I don't think we've had any breaks in the competition other than to watch Purdy lay while the rest of his team has died around him. Like, there's nothing else here but a good start fight. I haven't seen a drop like this since I played pubs last week. It just is a wild way to kick off the game with a good old-fashioned roof fight. That was like let's go school level of roof fight, man.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, it looks like Purdy Cardi's able to get off of the roof. So that's at least something going his way. Is
when you say off the roof, I mean back to the lobby.
I'll just shut my damn mouth. All right, Chewy's going to take him down. Liquid's out now. Supers and 17 were hovering around in this same vicinity, and they are going to run into each other. Xiaowu's going to go down. Heaven will get traded out by Lil Ghost. Now Tian, good grenade. He's going to spot out one at range. A lot of damage coming through, but can't get the knock.
Gets him nice and low. Now the nades are going to come out. Backwards nades. Past the tree comes here. Here comes the counter nade towards Tian. Tian has to fall back after he hears the nade hit the ground. Nice explosion. Almost gets him down. Deal follows it up. Bob's ahead. Gets the knock, and now he's going to go for the second. Gets that flush. Pulls the second flush off. He's got to watch out for Little Ghost just behind the tree. He's got a nade queued up. He's going to send that over. Cooking it up right now. Bounces past the car. Ooh. He gets a nice knock right off the trunk. Gets a second grenade. Tosses it up over the top of the hill. Pulls out the gun. He's got the the AUG. He wants to go for the spray. He's got him down to 25%. Flanks around the left side. Can he make it happen? The smoke is up. He is down to 1. He has to stop the soup. He's got the advantage. Nade is cooked. AUG out the right side. Goes for the spray and finishes the job. Supers. The leaders in the lobby are out. And 17, your champions from the winner's stage, somehow survive.
Frick.
Seeing the return of the big poltergeist.
Yeah, I
Little
know.
Ghost is feeling himself. He's going to get out of there just in time as well, as you see ALAG immediately made that send. Unfortunately, Little Ghost able to finish that off quickly and able to escape. I'm not sure if he's got any blue chips in his bag, but he's sending it off to the north. We'll see if he actually runs into VP as they come in from that northern side. Geek get a little bit close to Vitality, and shots come through, but no knocks just yet, as the new circle has popped, and it is going to stay down on that coast.
Sheesh. Songam going to be the prio here, as that'll be the desperation send for some teams. Geeke's in a pretty good spot in the middle. We jump over to Twisted Minds as they're facing off here against Sharper. They could definitely use this fight. They haven't had the point totals they've been looking for today and need a win on the board.
Drop those smokes down. Try to reposition. I think they heard that vehicle for Tanawat as he's trying to go for that flanking angle, but looks like Batulin's actually spotted him out, may have him from a flanking angle. Rest of Sharper still in vehicles, and now Vitality actually creeping up in this direction as well. They actually have vision from low ground, but nice shots from Zapalui will take down Gedrox as Levante tries to return the favor with that arm. Not going to find it just yet. Perfectix spots out Tanawat. He will take down that flanked man. And now Thunders has to just hop in the vehicle and dip on out as best he can.
Yeah. Great help there. When that knock came out on Sharper, there wasn't much they could do. Hello My Bad's got him from one side. You got Twisted Minds on the other. They now just have to tuck down and hope for the res and lock into a really, really tough spot. So huge assist for Twisted Minds coming out of Vitality.
And they should be able to get that res as well, as Batu is going to get the re-knock on the Thunders almost immediately. And Jedi almost goes down as well, and I think Sharper is just going to bail on this. They realize that Twisted is right on their doorstep. They'll try to escape. We'll see if they're allowed to. Example will find one. Batu will find the other. Sharper goes down in 13th place.
One simply never turns their back on Twisted Minds. You try to run, it means you're not aiming down the barrel, and all it is a quick drive-by and a shot from above. Example gets him out. Sharper is eliminated. Elsewhere on the map, Virtus Pro looking to put some more points on the board. They're sitting at 22 in 4th place, and I would look to love to catch up to Soup. Soup at 41 is an astounding lead for us only being on our 3rd game of the day.
It is, but fortunately for everybody in the lobby, they are knocked out. So
dead.
Maybe we got a little bit of chance to catch up here. As you see, Batu has found a little bit of cover in this warehouse on the northern side. Well, I guess do we still consider this Songam? I mean, it's like the Songam suburbs.
Yes, the suburbs of Songam, the rural area. I think Geeke is living the dream right now. I mean, the next shift will be the determiner.
Hey.
All right. All right, Geeke, calm down.
Geeke is looking good. Well, I like where JDG is. If they can kind of defend this hilltop area that they're in, they could be in a good position. But you see Twisted already sending it across the road, already trying to break their way through the gauntlet. Vitality doing the same thing, but Geeke and Falcons both staring daggers towards their direction, and now Twisted and Vitality are going to run into each other, and the shots will be traded out. You see Falcons kind of taking shots from range. A lot of madness going on here in the middle of the circle. JDG, are you ready?
Surprise! Oh no! All right, so they do see the stop down by Twisted Minds. Suze jumped out, tried to get that first spray as he goes by, but now he's stuck between the hammer and the anvil of Twisted Mind. Nons goes that good early spray. They were basically just hiding in foxholes, waiting for someone to come up here. Nons ultimately goes down as Lou turns back around. Cole 119 tries to make a play, but he gets smacked in the head. Lou not happy about the Professor, gets a double knock.
This is nice from Twisted Minds. JDG, they haven't taken the flushes just yet. You gotta wonder if, I mean, you saw Vitality and Falcons kind of looking over in this direction. They saw this going on, and now they see the kill feed lighting up. Both of them are kind of just staying inside the city for the time being, so it looks like this fight should be able to play out. Let's see if Lou has the good arm. Try to throw one. He's gonna have it. Gets December 12th and flushes out Cold 119. And now Suze, the last player left alive.
Lou's on the hustle right now as he has been making a textbook class on how to clean out. Lou, did he get all 4? That's a 4-man wipe. Sure, he had help from his friends, but now they got to worry about Geeke, who actually sent out runners from their secure position. They sent runners almost 200 meters to try to engage as a third party.
You had to expect it too if you're Twisted. I mean, I'm honestly shocked that it took this long. But it looks like Geeke will send a couple of probing grenades, but immediately run back as they realize that the fight is over. So somebody was watching the kill feed, and somebody let them know, like, hey, okay, that fight is over. They're going to be able to completely...
Excuse me, dispatch. Excuse me, dispatch. Lou just got 4. Abort. Fall back. Do not engage Lou. He is out of control. It's probably how the comms went right there, because Lou was playing out of his mind. And though if he hadn't, if Lou had been a little bit slower and not gotten that third knock, Geeke would have come over the top of that hill while their backs were turned, and it would have been a very different ending for Twisted Minds.
Indeed it would. And you see the revive helicopter come through, very loaded down, as it's got 2 players from Full Sense and 3 from 17 are going to be hitting the ground on the southeastern side of Sangam. As we check back in with Vitality, still holding down the north side. They've got eyes on VP. Not able to get the flushes out. It looks like they might have gotten a knock, but the res has come through. And, oh, that's great news for Virtus Pro and Vitality.
From the sky, they fall. 17 landing in there. Falcons in a really good spot as 17 will land in between them and Full Sense, which I think is actually good news for Falcons, because that means Full Sense is going to have to fight 17, and Falcons may be able to just sit here and get pickoffs from the high ground.
I just want to take a second to give Lil Ghost his flowers. I mean, he was able to win that fight, get all of those blue chips, and get out before, right as soon as anyone's legends got there. So he was able to get his entire team back on their feet, and they are getting loot here in the south side of Songam. So really, really well played there by Lil Ghost. We'll see if 17 can reset now that they've got everybody back on their feet, as we see anyone's legend on that south side of the new zone, but they're taking shots from E-Arena at range.
They are. Anyone's trying to figure out what they can get with this. E-Arena up on this high ground, though, has so much vision out over everybody in front of them. Coastline behind them, but a long journey to the circle that seems almost impossible for them to get into. That is my real worry here with E-Arena. They're still spread out. They're slowly trying to creep forward, but it's a long, long path into the center.
Yeah, this is going to be tough no matter how you look at it for E-Arena. 4 kills, though, already picked up for them off of that hot drop. So everything else at this point is kind of a icing on the cake. If they can,
why did he pop that smoke
here on AL, might open up.
What the hell?
Anyone's legend keeping those smokes cycled, and they've got their foxholes kind of already done in here. As you see, the hero from 17 has managed to get out of the blue, but he is going to be running in to the tail end of E-Arena here.
Running in? No, he smells trouble. He gets out, he heals up, but you're right, yeah, he's going to bump right into him. It's going to be painful. He's going to try to run that road as quickly as he can. His team is waiting to secure him. He just has to survive E-Arena, who has ultimately crossed over and is moving north. As long as they don't turn around and go for this spray, they want to stay focused on anyone's legend. Lyric sees him. Here comes the moment of truth.
Don't honk at him as you're going by. Well,
did he?
He did. I heard him hitting the horn. Well, fortunately, he times it. It's timed very well, because the rest of the arena is kind of making their way in now, and they are looking down at anyone's legend. Lyrix was the one left behind to be anchor. So unless Lyrix hit some disgusting shots, he's able to rejoin his team. So good work by Lil Ghost, and we'll see what 17 can play out here in the rest of this one.
I can't believe he honked. It had to have been like halfway through the spray, and he just missed a bunch and was like, ha, I know you have to reload now. All right, so Pathampak did a little hole trying to get away with this one as AL looks off from the distance. E-Arena, like you said, has had a very tough struggle to get into the circle, and while they've made it to the very edge, anyone's legend is surrounding them on all sides.
I heard mortars coming down, but I'm not sure who was sending them. And meanwhile, Nemesis also coming in from that western side. It looked like they were going to try to avoid the Twisted Minds compound, but instead they're going to go ahead and crash it. Now E-Arena is going to make their crash onto anyone's legend, but that is such a tough push to make for E-Arena, knowing that AL is dug in there as Nemesis now will arrive. The battle of utility is popped off.
It's an ant fight. It's an ant fight. Get in there. Let's see this. Batulin tries to make the spray at the end.
What?
Gets a little knockdown at that, but what is Nemesis at right now? We've got one alive here in the form of Batulin. Winner takes all.
You see Stade is off in the distance too. That initial push from Nemesis, they just took too many L's. I mean, that is the hard. That's what makes pushing in this map specifically with this destructive terrain so hard. Because look at Batu. How are you supposed to know exactly where he is when you crash on that as Nemesis? And all Batu has to do is sit there with a couple of grenades, throw them in their general direction, and he's gonna get some success on it.
Well, that's what Twisted Minds ran into when they came up here in the first place. Those foxholes that were just a trap. They knew this hill was going to be popular, dug in, had 4 guys just waiting for a chance to attack, and just like a couple of ticks, they latched on when they came into range.
It's really well held for Twisted, up to 10 kills now as well, even though they are just down to Mr. Batu. He still kind of has an idea of where Stead is. I'd love to be able to flush out Diffix and get that last kill as we see Virtus Pro trying to make their way across the road on the northern side. Looks like they're going to lose 2 to Pero. As Stead tries to make a run, will get taken down in the end by that last bullet sent by Batu, and now Arena. This fight has been taking forever. And it looks like Lil Ghost and the boys have left the south side of Songam, and they are coming in at the perfect time to third party, and they are collecting more points for their trouble.
That's amazing. Lil Ghost rode into town and went, hey guys, I know where there's a fight going on. Come with me. And they just mounted up and rolled back down there. So not only did 17 get back into the game, they also got loaded up, and now they get to wipe some teams. There's going to be a ton of utility lying here on the ground. So any utility they could not find will now be available.
Look at that. Luca Rux hitting the mortar right on top of Vitality and immediately sends it on over. So VP once again in that situation where the game didn't necessarily go in their direction, but they are down to 2 and they're still finding points and they're still finding a way to make their way in. But Petrichor Road are sending 3 over in this direction, looking to see if they can finish them off.
Petrichor going to be coming up here. Luca Rux got that blue zone on top of him. He's trying to crawl around just a little bit. The car actually blocks him in about 2 ticks longer than he would have liked. Has to go for the hill. Petrichor knows that they're going to keep charging forward. Chewy's got the M249. The grenades are preloaded, and they would love to get VP dug out of this spot, though I don't think they can over push it. I think we just pot shots at each other. Well, maybe.
Okay, there you go. Geek. The rich get richer, as we said, as they're going to get a little bit of a care package drop to go along with their compound. As there's that grenade. Chewy will take down Luca Rux. And now, actually, Falcons, they were biding their time in Songam, but they're going to take a knock to Full Sense. Let's take a listen in on Falcons comm to see how they deal with this impending fight with Full Sense.
Team's trying to kill me. Team's trying to kill me. If they fucked my spot.
Know where they are right now?
Well, not a whole lot there after.
No, but I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
It shows the sharp difference between like us watching it from this side and from that side. The dead silence looking for any cue they can. 17 on the high ground is going to bury them there as well. The smokes, the only keeping the Falcons alive because 17 got here late and doesn't know exactly which holes they're lying in. So it is going to be death in the offing as Kickstart getting bounces all over him. Lots of smokes, lots of everything, and somehow just staying alive. Blue zone is going to come in that grenade. He is not going to be able to heal through it? Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, so that's the end of the Falcons. They will go out. They got sandwiched between Full Sense and 17 from the high ground, but now Full Sense has to worry about 17, who is looking down.
It just goes to show you how important timing can be. Falcons were waiting until that circle popped to try to make their push up that hill. Instead of kind of going when 17 was focusing on wrapping towards the west, and as a result 17 was able to turn around and just kind of take advantage of them. But now Full Sense is actually getting some pretty big knocks there onto the 17 boys. The trade's coming through as we see Petrichor Road still trying to get rid of that last player from Virtus Pro. Corexi has shown himself to be a tough nut to crack in the late game as he is hiding out in that foxhole.
Right, Corexi in a foxhole or Beamy in the blue, it doesn't matter. These guys find a way to survive longer than anyone expects them to. 17 goes out, and Corexi picks up another placement point.
He's going to spot out 04MB, tries to take the spray, actually gets him with the grenade. Nice. We'll try to make the run and flush him out, but he's going to go down before he's able to do so. And now we are to our top 4. We got 2 solos from Full Sense, as now Batulin's the last player left alive for Twisted, but he is on a tear. 6 kills already, and he's looking for more.
He heard about what Lou did earlier and does not want to be outshone. 8 kills. Lou with 4, Batulin with 8. Let's go. The tab has been forgotten as these two have put in serious work for 14 kills as a crew. Sheesh.
Goodness gracious, Batu. And he is, I mean, he's absolutely got Belmoth pinned up against the wall here. Belmoth, there's not really anything he can do. He'll try to make a run, but I mean, once you're at the edge of that smoke,
4 behind you, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see Pero is just immediately sending everybody down here. Geeke is going to send EJ right to the center of the circle, while the rest of them are kind of keeping eyes to make sure that Petrichor Road doesn't try to backfill them. But they're going to hear those shots and kind of get an idea of what's going on as Batu will try to send a few more probing grenades. I think those will be well short as Belmoth continues to make his way slowly through that smoke wall.
Yeah, I mean, Batulin knows his win scenario is almost impossible at this point, so spend everything you got and try to get this last kill. Possibly even consider denying yourself afterwards once you see where the circle's going to be, because if you're counting numbers, which I know these guys are, they know there's 2 full teams left and then these 2 in a showdown. I love how nice everyone's been, though. They're letting them have a 1v1. They're like, you know what? You guys deserve to do this. Go ahead with yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, Petrichor Road is paying a lot of attention to this over there and not paying a whole lot of attention to the circle. Like they
Junge, wie schlecht ist der denn, ey?
To get at least a foothold in, but Geeke is kind of taking everything else. And we'll see if that ends up costing him in the end, as Batu gets a lot of damage there onto Belmoth. Not able to get the knock just yet. That Molotov could be
do you have?
Perfectly placed. Oh, it goes just a little bit too long, and Belmoth, I think, is just going to donate this one over to the blue. As he waits. Oh, he's got the pack, though, but no, Bing Bing's going to take him down in the end. And now Batu has all of Petrichor Road looking at him, but Chewy will spot him out. So the raid boss is down, and we have a full 4v3 for the win here. Geeke looking to go back-to-back.
Petrichor, like just mean farmers. There's why, like, you guys fight until you're both limping, and then we'll come in and take you out there. As they just wait for the last possible so I can get those 2 points. And now they got to face off against Geeke, who does have the high ground, who has been sitting in the circle for much of this game, working the middle, and has a Groza on standby. Poro.
Oh my goodness! I thought Petrichor Road realized that they had EJ pinned out, but they had no idea he was there. And EJ will get that opening knock on to Chewy. And now it's down to 2 here for Petrichor Road, and they are basically 1v2ing by themselves. Ming Ming's going to go down. Another one will follow, and Geeke will go back-to-back. Korean domination here through the first 3 games.
EJ, oh my, as they walk away with a good play. He set the trap. Petrichor fell right into it, and they knew it was coming. Petrichor spent that entire end game watching the 1v1 to make sure that they also could keep an eye on where they believed all of Geeke was. But as you said, the one they could not find was EJ, and he was in the perfect spot with the Groza on standby to be a dream killer. Let's get Matchum. Let's get Gibson back here with Porosaurus and myself to talk about match number 3 as the rich do seem to keep getting richer. Sorry, Matt.
I mean, Geeke, you gotta love it, because it did start to feel like maybe we were starting to get first place, getting too big of a lead, finding a couple of kills off the start of this, but then it all kind of fell apart. Supers went down early. Geeke gonna use the opportunity to make that leaderboard real interesting. But, I mean, while we can talk about Korean dominance, there was one person that we need to talk about that was crazy dominant, and that was Batulins. A bazillion kills on Batulins. How the heck does that happen? I'm loving solo Batulins' life right now, Toffee.
I mean, it was amazing. It started with Lou. Lou did the 4-piece on that crazy ambush on top of the hill at Gibson. I don't remember which team it was that he wiped, but it was JDG. Look at this. They dug holes. They were in there for the exclusive purpose of ambushing whoever came up there, and somehow the professor turned it around and cooked the boys.
I think your wording was ground control, back off, lose on a mad one, something along those lines. And he was, but Batu does this every once in a while where he just reminds everybody why he is so damn good. Like, what, they're up to over 28 points now, they're having a great time. But I'm going to call back to what you asked me after the last game. Like, aren't you happy that Geeke won so Supers don't run away with it? No, Geeke have gone back to back, so that estimate didn't edge very well.
Well, I mean, but at least they're now going to be essentially tied up, I think, or a little bit ahead of Super. So it'll be 1 and 2 at the very top, close to each other, as Geeky does come away with the win. The good news for all of us is they only did it with 3 kills. So it'll be 10 plus 3 instead of 10 plus 10.
6 kills.
3
knockouts.
Oh,
yeah. I know, it's baited me like 5 times.
Well, okay, so it's not as good a news for everyone as I thought it was, but it still could be worse. As Korea does seem to be dominating the boards right now with outrageous play. But as we wait to see who the man of the match is, assumptive being that it's going to go towards EJ01, deservedly so. I will also say that moment of Batulin, man of the match, amen, brother, gets his 8. It makes you wonder, Poro, what would happen if he wasn't IGLing? Because that was a situation where he was by himself. He was not responsible for the other 3 players. He got to do what Batu wanted to do with no thinking outside of just fragging.
Look, I think Batu is very happy with how things are currently constructed.
I was saying, like, how much power does this man have?
Calm down with saucy eyes there's Batu. I got to get ready for the next game.
Yeah. Is that saucy eyes or is that I just flew in from Kazakhstan? I'm exhausted. I do believe they did media day the day they arrived, so a lot of these guys absolutely knackered at this event, but you can see him turning on. 19 points for Twisted Mind. Only 5-foot placement, but who even cares at that point? Those guys made really gold out of coal in those fights, Gibson.
Yeah, they really did, and it's just about getting as many points in those games that you're not really supposed to win. Like, what, 19 points, 14 kills? I'll never forget about 3 years ago, a caster who no longer works PUBG said that Twisted Minds were being held back by Batu's mechanics, and I remember going, man, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Batu going in strong, but GK tying the lead, 41 points alongside Supers, getting the placement point battle ahead of them too. Yeah, we're 17 in that 10-point head start leading them now.
Where are they? Oh my gosh. I was looking for them. I had to go all the way over to the right side. That's
they would
embarrassing.
technically be in the exact same spot if they didn't have the 10 points, though. So, cool.
That's
full
fair.
sense, too, though.
Yeah. Full sense looking good. It's nice to see the defending... But to see the defending PGC champions finally putting up is actually very exciting for me, Poro. Like, this is a team that has been sort of letting me down this year, and it seems like they're back on an uptick lately.
No, it definitely seems that way, right? Like, they are definitely a momentum-based team, and so far, like, despite not getting any wins, they're right there. I mean, they're only 5 points removed from GK and Supers, who have been absolutely blowing out today. So, really good work coming here from Full Sense, one of the only other teams that's still within reach of those 2 Goliaths at the top of the leaderboard.
And it is Goliath at the top of the leaderboard. I guess the good news, Gibson, though, is that there is 10 games to play today. If it was one of the previous couple that we've played, everyone would be stressed out about catching those 2 right now. But the runway is still there.
Yeah, and even looking at these 2 teams at the top, they had completely differing days from like groups to whatever bracket they ended up on. So we know that these teams can struggle every once in a while with keeping it going in back-to-back days, but you cannot let them continue this. Like, if these 2 teams continue at this tempo, you could be going into tomorrow with it being a 2-horse race from the start, and it's been a long time since we've had something like that happen.
Yeah, and so while we talk about Soup coming out of the survival stage, and GK did come out of the winners division, it wasn't by much. GK only got through by 7, 8, 9, 3 points ahead of the cutoff line. So they did struggle to stay in it at the end of the winners stage. So to have 2 teams that I think started this tournament a little bit slow, coming out in game 1 and absolutely lambasting their opponents tells me that some people went home, they did some work, and they adjusted to what they were expecting in this lobby. And I have an insane amount of respect for teams that can go home and make adjustments that fast, Metro.
Yeah, I mean, DK has been having like these couple moments here and there. They haven't been just at the top of these major leaderboards, but they've just been like right out of the you're going to notice some range, right? Whenever we look at Games of the Future, it was 5th place. Esports World Cup was 6th place. They're a very good team that has been just looming on the range out behind all of this, waiting for their moment to really come into themselves.
All right, 5 games to play today, 10 to play over the weekend before we crown a winner. It's time for the penultimate match of the day, Game 4 of the final here at PGS7. Let's get ready to rondo with your casters, Matchroom and Gibson.
Ooh, Toff is bringing us in hot, and I love it. We're starting playing path all the way up to the north. just going a bit off center down into the east and the south, ending around that 10 long position. So, I mean, long stretches for everybody. That's kind of how this map goes. But it's going to be a pace-setting map. Can we see Geeky, Supers, falter, or can they continue their climb? Can anybody else find anything to try to catch up to them? Because there still was, like Pora was talking about, full sense leaving back behind and twisted off of solo survival plays from Batulans. Now in that 4th place position, trying to see if they can maybe resurge and find a bit of last year.
Yeah, and they've got a great drop on this map as well. I'm so used to seeing like them and Na'Vi contesting for that test track drop, but Na'Vi, of course, not making it. So I wonder if anyone will drop in that area. But we have had a lot of circles on the east side of Rondo of late, and I wonder with that flight path, could we be up to see that once more? One thing worth pointing out though, Liquid got the circle for the first time in a bazillion years in the last map and got crashed in phase 1 and wiped out of it. They're probably hoping maybe it's not the worst idea to be chasing circles in phase 1.
It's the Team Liquid curse, right? Is if they end up having to chase the circles, they're never going to be able to get to the circle until circle 4. And if the circle pops on them wherever they think is good, 4 teams are going to decide is also good. And just Team Liquid never finding exactly what they need. This is a very quick pickup coming up from Geeky. They got goals and they want to get to a specific loot spot fast.
Yeah, Seongjung is still in the sky as we jump into the replays from yesterday, and I think if I'm not wrong, Matt, we might have an interview as well here with Geeky.
Hello everyone, we have Seongjung from GK, from GK Sports here, and congratulations on 2 chicken dinners today. How do you feel right now?
운이 좋아서 먹었던 거긴 하지만 이제 저희가 부족했던 부분들 피드백해서 잘 보완되면서 치킨을 먹어가지고 좀 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
We feel really good right now, but I think it's a little bit lucky situation, but we will keep improve ourselves to make ourselves better. Thanks for the interview. Thank you, Seongjung. See you in the next game.
네, 감사합니다.
Right at the tail end of the last game, and you can see just the way that Geeky understands how to play around positionals is so good. I mean, this is a squad that's got players who are historic, right? Seongjung has been around for a long time, and it's so interesting to watch because they still have that old school meta from a couple of years ago, which was that tactical counter movement style thing. And whenever they execute it, it is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and even I'm watching the rotates in this circle. We haven't had a chance to really talk about it, but the circle is pretty much middle of the map. They were in the circle and they've left, so they've gone a little bit further towards the west. Gedrox, he could be going out of the lobby, and that's exactly what happens as a great spray from the AUG of Wenbo will take down him. The nade's going to get tossed on over, and I think they should be able to find that flush with the rest of Vitality. Just a little bit too far away to help his teammate out.
17 going for a very wide 2-1-1 split across the center of the circle. This is going to be a couple players just to the west, or kind of northwest of Test Track. Then kind of leaning down, about almost a full kilometer away, I'd say like 800 meters or so, to kind of go to where Tiantian is. And then it's about another 200 to 300 meters before we see where Xiaowu is. Xiaowu could be in a little bit of trouble, as it looks like Chui is getting pretty close for Petrichor Road. And that can kind of work over in this area, just because this circle is so open in the center of it. This is kind of that no man's land circle whenever we see pull it off Test Track and go west a couple of times. This is the area that 17's got control over, but it looks like they are trying very hard to regroup, start rallying some defense against the roaming Petrichor Road in the distance.
Yeah, Chewy's actually been circling this compound like a shark for the last 10 to 15 seconds, maybe longer, scouting it out. And the rest of 17, they've just arrived to kind of help their teammate out as the AK is the weapon of choice. Aw, that's Gedrox. RIP, my friend, as we look at the rest of Vitality. But
see his friends in the distance, leaving him behind. Life must go on.
Yeah, it's funny, we saw the AK there, and we actually spoke between maps about how it's kind of your favorite gun to use in the game, but we've got
well, it's my guilty pleasure gun. I wouldn't say it's my favorite.
But we've got a bit of a change coming up into the way weapons are kind of working in the game, right?
Oh, yeah, if you guys didn't see it. Oh, well, hold on. We got a little bit of change what could be going on with Xiaowu here. Good shots from Tiantian on the other side of it, bringing the LMG in action. Looks like he's going to go for a quick reposition, already waiting. Here's footsteps on the other side of the crates. We're going to see if anybody's going to be pushing around the Petrichor Road, known for taking their time. They will be as opportunistic as possible. Times it out perfectly. Chewy, LMG on that side, finds two, goes for the third. Winbow gets him, but it's going to be Ming Ming up in support, just getting all those flushes.
Yeah, Petrichor Road, they need these points as well. Sitting in 7th place, I-26 takes a ton of damage, but he's just trying to maneuver himself into a position that might let Ming Ming be able to go for that res. So he's on the high ground. Deal from Supers as well. He's not going to give up the opportunity for some free points as he takes down... It's actually Beamy. It's Beamy that steal that kill away. Picking up one more point for themselves as Corexi is sniffing as well. This is a bloodbath and all the sharks are circling.
Saw a lot of LMGs, so bounce back in that conversation we saw just a moment ago while VP looks like they're trying to decide if they want to go for it. There was a meta rotation announcement. That's what we're looking at coming out from Crafton is they have eyes onto LMGs. They're going to try to reduce down the reload times on them, and we just saw the power of the LMGs there is VP. They're going to be coming in full-on nades coming out from Nixie on to I-26.
Yeah, Nixie wrapping his way around as well, and this is what VP are so good at. They knew the Petrichor Road were weak. They didn't want to let them reset. Ming Ming, the last player standing, and we've seen him pull off some big plays in the past. He's got his eyes on one, but he's not going to even get the chance to fire as that knee is going to get dropped on in. And then elsewhere, we've got Nemesis and Sharper, 2 players down. Earth just tearing them apart.
All right, Earth, come in, feel yourself a little bit. Sharper's got some goals to be had today, presently in that 12th place position, but just a couple of points can really shoot them up the leaderboard. And Petrichor just at 19 points right now before we get that kind of break point around Twisted Minds. And Sosed going to jump out, go for the spray. And Sosed is going to be able to take down Thanawat, but Shrimsy is going to go ahead and find Sosed. Jedi is going to finish off Sosed, so all that work for nothing on the Thanawat side.
Because you said so sad that many times, and always waiting for you to say it's a sad, sad situation at the end of it, because he will be saying sorry to his teammates after that one. Thunders, he'll be able to get another one. Stead's going to fall. Thanadol putting in the work on the Shrimsy. In the nicest way possible. Shrimsy is not having a good day today so far, Matt. You see him jumping out of a fight, looking the wrong way and dying. He got torn apart in the last one as well. This is not the Shrimsy that we love, and I just don't know what's going wrong so far for him today.
Well, I mean, this circle isn't necessarily the easiest to come into. You can see that Falcons are getting crushed from behind by anyone's legend. They've got Myth on the other side of them. They are wanting some type of hill for some vision and figure out what's going on over here, but there's just nothing that's going to feel good in rotation. The East has been where a lot of our collapse has been happening. That's where we saw the Sharper situation going on. Full Sense is going to be over there. The Southwest is entirely open, where Team Liquid and Geekay are coming in from, like Yulin, that whole territory. So it feels like Falcons are just trying to figure out exactly what's going on in these very quick rotates, because we are seeing some very snappy rotates today, and maybe Falcons are just a little bit behind. I don't know.
Yeah, they've still got 3 players up, though, and they've got a chance to put some points on the board as they make their way in, getting ahead of kind of where Myth are playing, Full Sense and Sharper. You know, Ellie seems to make it. Twisted Minds haven't really had to move very far at all. They dropped in Test Track, and they're going to actually play the track itself. I'm more curious to the north, because JDG and E-Arena both look like they want to make the same sort of pathing into the north side of the circle, and that could lead to a fight pretty soon.
Talking about the jokes of the circle always leaving Team Liquid, and it's going to continue. They just barely got in the safe zone, and now it's going to pop over next to Test Track. Test Track going to be the focal point. Looks like Falcon's just going to say, enough of the fields. Going to send it right into the Test Track proper. It should be able to get a very good position. Like these very tall, I guess, I don't want to call them gatehouses. I guess they're like the radio tower houses that are over here where you can kind of get some eyes on what's going on with that upper section of it. Is it maybe the call tower for Test Track? Maybe it's where, is that where commentators like us live?
Yeah, that's where I live anyway. I don't know, but I've not seen you up here yet, but I'll have a look later on. But
I'll get shot way before I got there.
Here's the question though for you, like, because compounds like this, if you're a man short, I think this works out in Falcon's favor, because if you're losing a player and you can get into compounds like this where players can isolate themselves and, you know, try to catch out solo players from other teams, it could work out. And I think Vitality, even though they've got through the same amount, or they've got their player back, I think they're going to do something similar. Play in compounds like this, try to catch teams on the rotate in. It'll be tough for them if the circle kicks away though.
There are some very incredibly strong compounds whenever we look at Test Track, if it stays focused over here. Remember the test track, everybody should know this. It's got that raised section to where you can kind of look down, and it becomes kind of like a plateau that we see often used in control sections to the north. So Vitality's playing just to the south of that, so that way they can keep a little bit of vision on what's going to be going on over there. Falcons are playing on more of that eastern section to where they can move over those towers and assault the upper area if they need to, or at least get vision on it, take shots onto it. But they also have easy pathing back down to the lower ground sections if the circle does kind of abandon the spot and they can get back out of point. Because right now in test track, we've got E-Arena that's approaching into the west, Vitality in the north, Twisted down to the south, and then good old Anyone's Legend that's going to be holding down the res beacons and the very big, I guess, bigger compounds in Neox Factory.
Anyone's Legend sitting in 13th place with 10 points as well. They'll be hoping to make something happen in this game. But now that we finally do have some quiet here on Rondo, I want to ask you the one question I've been dying to ask all broadcast. 3 letters, RPK. What are your thoughts on adding a new 7.62 LMG into the game? And from the little clip that we saw, what do you think about it? It looks like there's like a real emphasis on damage it could do to vehicles.
Whenever we look at that meta rotation thing that they were talking about lowering down the reload speeds of LMGs, and then when they're giving me a 7.62, so I love myself an M249, and now we're going to get a 7.62, another one, bringing out some good LMG strength. I mean, you were kind of talking about, it feels like it's a vehicle destroyer, right?
Mm-hmm. It is, and I think it's going to be a world spawn as well, so it just means that it's something to help out, because the M249 can't have all the fun as the only one that's spawned in on the ground every single game. So we'll keep an eye. We'll see what happens whenever it eventually does get added into the game. But the circle did close in on test track. VP seeing the circle be what it is, realizing where a lot of teams were, they're sticking in their spot, but Sharper sending it right onto track proper.
See, a lot of these squads later section will try to get that high ground on the road itself, and everybody's already set up in defense. Sharper's trying to make a sim for somewhere that they thought might be safe, and it is just already fully locked down on every single approach. They're just losing players all back behind them, but at least do manage to keep 2 up and find themselves a building that should be pretty safe. Test track being the focal point quite heavily inside the circle means that JDG to the north still has to figure out how they're going to get in. Myth's going to be trying to gatekeep out Team Liquid down to the south. Full Sense looks like they're trying to go for more of a northern wrap, might bump into JDG, but of course, it's GK over in the west, comfy cozy as Alo. You're rolling into the wrong neighborhood if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's the terrain as well. BRDM, get him, run him over. We've seen enough of these bumps, and Cowboy, he'll be able to get Jacob. It was a trade back the other side as Cowboy will flush that kill out, but can Liquid get the res? No, they can't. Alo will get confirmed out. You know what? BRDM, Liquid playing on the edge, it might actually work out nicely for them.
I mean, Myth is already trying to counter move around this. The BRDM can be quite strong, but whenever we see like an urban ending such as test track that we're kind of pulling towards, that's where the BRDM loses a lot of its strength, because suddenly there's Panzerfausts around every single corner. People are trying to hold on to him for a bit longer. Kurt's doing a good job on kind of bullying, and you can see kind of corralling. He's like a herding dog. And I thought you'd think that'd be Cowboy's job, just kind of rolling with the BRDM and forcing him into path, but this is exactly what they were trying to set up. A great set of angles, and suddenly now Kiss Scappy, nowhere left to go. Quickly punished, but Lucarux, what you doing over here? Rest of VP already inside the circle. They're taking a couple of shots at Myth, but Luca's got some goals, man.
Well, he knows that there's a recall beacon here as well, so he's hoping maybe he can pick up a point whenever they try to get the blue chip back, as Liquid will see another player get taken out. Lucarux trying to steal that one away, but Baron, can he get over to get this res? 2 players up for Liquid. You'd assume that there'll be some attempt to maybe get those blue chips back with there being the recall station so close by. But you've got to deal with Myth first.
The timing is a bit slow. It means that the res does come out, and they do manage to get back into the building. Nade's going to roll right into the smokes themselves, but Myth already comfy over here. It's going to throw off a lot of the timing. How much of a commitment does Kurt want to go for? Because while this is going on, you can see VP now getting more support. Corexi's already coming over here to support Lucarux on the side of it, but it feels like maybe there's a bit more of a focus onto the weakened Myth, and that's what VP is going to be going for as the circle pops, and it stays test track, baby.
Yeah, Scappy's got 2 first aids and a couple of bandages left, but you'd imagine that once he gets his teammate, like, this is the point. You get your teammate up here regardless, because you don't want to give that point away to VP, even if he is eventually going to bleed out. Liquid look like they have made those adjustments, and maybe they picked up the blue chips, but I think it's getting very tight in phase 4 to consider going for it, so it might be better for them to just play the hills on the edge, the southern edge of test track. But Geeky, for the first time, what it feels in a long time, not in center of circle, but still not in a bad spot.
They always pick good jump-off positions, right? The only downside to this is the fact that it just has stayed on the test track, so there's a bit more of an open field over here. JDG doesn't have good pathing in to try to get in because Full Sense is trying to hold down what we saw Vitality playing for a little while ago. And so there is going to be an encroachment coming in from JDG from that eastern area onto GK. And then E-Arena are going to be just kind of the more direct approach. VP still got eyes on GK in their movement, I believe has spotted it out, so that's going to be the regroup on them. So GK has very few options except for just bully and fight their way in, and what's going to be the target? Because if they go for E-Arena, they'll get pounced by JDG. If they go for JDG, E-Arena will pounce them. If they go down for VP, anybody inside a test track can probably take shots.
Yeah, and Liquid just trying to find that home for now as the Coop will eventually overtake that BRDM, and Kurt has got the foot the whole way to the floor, but unfortunately it's not the quickest thing in the world. Example, he's going to step on up, finds Himas on the hill for anyone's legend, and you'd think that they'll try get that res off pretty quickly, and that's why Salalzi has arrived in position 2, but look at how many teams we have in and around that track.
Yeah, it's about to get real spicy real quick as the guys that did not into test track getting punished. The Team Liquid BRDM going to be right on the edge of all of this. Looks like GK has managed to find a little bit of a rise, and VP doesn't want to go too hunting after it right now, so it's just going to be kind of awkwardly placed in position. Anyone's Legends life is pretty terrible, and that's going to be mostly just due to the Falcons. The Falcons just have good angles onto this, and Tig is just farming damage over here.
Yeah, that's the end of Scappy from Myth. They are out now with 12 teams left alive. Tig, he's using that Pika bus for some cover, and the Ridgeline as well. Nurin's with the nade in the back pocket. He's going to get a nice spray. Downfalls Nans as E-Arena should be able to get a couple of points on the board here. Been a quiet day from them so far, sitting in 10th spot.
Does Park Pro want to go for this? Remember, GK was trying to figure out how they want to navigate the circle, but VP is being more active back behind this, taking shots onto them. So now GK can't really pounce onto E-Arena, and JDG is very weakened and been spotted out over here. So yeah, E-Arena, maybe they can get something rolling, tied up with Team Liquid right now, and big opportunities to try to get some climb, because if you can just really start trying to get a break away from this pack that's in their teens right now, start trying to assault it next to the 30s, life will feel really good.
Yeah, Circle shifts away from Test Track's compound as factory now, so at this point Falcons, Sharper, anyone's Legend all need to move. Liquid find themselves center compound, pushing in towards the members of Supers, trying to run somebody over here as Kurt. Come on, Kurt. Rewind, go forward. Oh, Perfectix gets it.
Stolen. None for you, Kurt. Maybe you'll get this one, though, as it looks like he knows exactly where to go. Yes! You get it in the end. Manages to take him out. Center circle is now yours. That rock is now anything that you can play around. And all right, to the east, to the north, we've got anyone's Legend wrapping down to the south. They're going to have to be going along the pathing that we saw VP from just a moment ago. VP's got eyes on looking into GK's position, as that fortification point is going to be now very contested. Rolling right up into their face. Nade's now starting to come out. EJ, it's going to be you to stop this, but that is a lot of grenades coming after you. Playing in the smoke, doesn't even read any of this. Lukaruk is up in his face.
I think he actually hit Lukarux with the nade and it bounced off his shoulder as it went off into the distance. Kickstart's doing some work with the sawn-off shotgun inside of the Test Track factory itself, but Lukarux, he's got the nade at the ready. Akan in one bit of smoke and not too far away. You've got EJ as well, who is digging a hole right now, hoping to get below the watershed line whenever it pushes in. Another nade tossed, and this could work out for EJ.
I mean, it's pretty smart, right? Because people just start randomly spraying in. Downside is people start throwing in, I don't know, flashes, smokes. They're all just going to go down into the cubby. But this is just a ton of smoke to throw off the timing and pacing from VP. VP was coming in with a lot of aggression. So now with the smoke wall down, it's allowed GK to set up a couple of extraneous points around this to see if maybe they can find anybody as these smokes start to dissipate. EJ, though, is still just in the middle of it all. Khan does spot out Nixie. That's a good knock to get this one off the get-go. So that kind of equalizes it, because remember, GK is down to just the 3 inside of this. Back behind all of it, it looks like anyone's Legend's going to be backstabbing. They're rolling right up back behind VP. Destroy runs up at the perfect time. VP just getting absolutely massacred by Destroy. I was going to say destroyed by Destroy, but too redundant.
I would have allowed it. Anyways, he can. He's going to turn his attention to the last remaining member. VP are eliminated, and anyone's Legend down to a 3. Destroy will get another one as he continues a rampage on the south. Sprints on up. GK eliminated, and anyone's Legend. Let's not forget, 3 or 4 minutes ago, they had 2 players down on the edge of the circle. Look at them now.
Finally, the Kings of the Hill, I guess, over here, looking at Arena's position. Now let's go back over into Test Track proper. as it is going to be Sharper trying to creep their way in next to Falcons. Falcons going to have to brute force their way right next to Vitality's position. Just one knock on Vitality right now might make that a bit easier. This gatehouse kind of position where the crates are going to be at and everything else like that is just very, very dicey to try to push through, and it's kind of created a funnel that Falcons are stuck in. Belmont, full sense, taking shots on one side of it. Vitality close range means the Falcons are just having to fight for every single foot that they manage to get into this circle. But Levante, man, is he just a Panzer Prowl specialist right now? Because he always seems to have one.
Yes, he is. He gets that knock, and Hello My Bad will wipe out Gustav as they hold their own. Tiggleton will eventually get another kill confirmed for the Falcons, but on the off angle, Gedrox's kick will fall. It's one player left. Tig behind his shield. They know where he is. He's going to try and make a play because Tig always does, but he's not going to be able to do it against Levante with the Groza. I always feel the Vitality go as Levante goes, but now where are they going to go from here, because Twisted Minds are holding them out.
Twisted Minds, I mean, they're feeling themselves after last game, and they should. They managed to turn something that could have been terrible into something absolutely amazing. Vitality, now you're in the situation that you managed to put Falcons in, so congratulations. You've got to try to get into the circle while you still have Belmoth just to the north. You've got Twisted Minds down the south. E1's Legend also has to move in from that western point that they were playing from, while in E-Arena up to the north has to get in there. And who's in the center? It's good old Team Liquid with the BRDMs, and I feel like a couple of people are going to want to try to take it from them.
You know what they really need now? A little repair kit. Get that thing back up as Cowboy tosses the nade over towards Destroy. That's actually a great nade when you look at how far away he is. Going to try to follow it up with that blue zone nade, maybe get another point on the board for Liquid. Tosses that other nade, and with all these explosions and crates, they've actually got a crater on the top of a little micro hill, and that might give us one. Oh, great shot from Batulans though. It's Vitality just trying to creep in.
I mean, what does Vitality do? In front of them, there's another one of those, like, I guess, little hidey holes that you can go for underneath of the road, but it's just barely inside the circle. And you saw how it kind of funneled Falcons into just a perfect firing line for whoever set up. E-Arena is already kind of waiting over there. They're going to have to get into the circle and be directly in front of it. Batulans down to the south. You're going to be able to get a ton of work into whatever movement happens. And now Vitality, they're doing a good job, but you have to admit, it's, again, just like what we saw with the Falcons. You just kind of have to limp into this spot and try to get away from it. Gonna lose one player, make it two. Can he crawl? Can he get back behind the cover in time? No, the shots are too good from example.
Yeah, Cowboys had to requisition the BRDM as Kurt has fallen. E-Arena made their push towards the center, but Cowboy has proven time and time again he can be that kid, but this time Baton Pong will wipe him out. E-Arena wrestling control the center circle, but look at anyone's Legend. They're not going to let them rest for too long.
Belmoth, he's all by himself. He's trying to do damage control. He's going to go down, but does get the knock onto Quizzy. Vitality, I think, actually, with the reposition for E-Arena, might have time to get reses and a little bit more under control of what's going on over here. Twisted's making a stretch over into the west, so they should start getting vision on what's going on with anyone's Legend in E-Arena over here. I think mostly it's going to be Imas, the first ones that they're going to be able to spot out. And the weakened anyone's Legend already inside some trouble as they already got one player down. Imas now getting shot from behind, and oh, is that going to be going after Himas, or is that more after Dip? Now that one should be after Himas.
Yeah, more murders, more problems for Himas here as that goes up in the sky. Maybe the tree protects him? Not really, but it just lands a little too far away. We know, though, that that tree can stay shells. Yeah, Perfectix gets it this time.
Good adjustment.
Anyone Legend.
I mean, that was just a good adjustment. Like, he knew where it was at, played onto one side. Usually people are going to have to push the other side, and they already knew where E-Arena was at. That was just good scouting, and I think it was Example that fed that information back over to where exactly put those as Opons. Putting the work into Vitality as they are losing a lot of their Vitality in this push.
Yeah, that's what, 3, 4, 5 knocks. Seems like they're just constantly getting each other back up onto their feet. They'll throw out some smokes, but a lot of them were using that fight with Falcons. At this point, I'm going to give them credit. They looked like they were trying to make a play until the very last second, but I feel this could just be a res and deny at this point. Stop E-Arena from picking up a lot of points, but it's hard. It's just so hard.
It's Batulans, the raid boss. He is approaching and going after Vitality. He's got some friends this time, though, so the other two members from Twisted Minds playing pretty far back behind it all. And yeah, deny out any points on this just due to how close it is. Twisted Minds presently in second place, and eyes to keep on climbing, 41 points. E-Arena at that 27-point cut line where we're just going to start getting into the 30s where everybody's going to be at. So big opportunities for both these teams as Twisted Minds. Feeling like last year, this is very clean coming up from them. They are approaching this with all the information in the world.
I think they've moved a combined, like, kilometer and a half this entire game if you add up the steps of every player, because they dropped in test track, the circle kept shifting this way, and they're taking advantage of every move. But E-Arena still are the team that control center circle. The one thing about the track is it provides a lot of strange cover points for Twisted Minds to begin making their way up this hill. So E-Arena have got to have every single corner covered here, Matt.
I've got eyes on Nurens. He's going to be the guy playing to the north, which is going to be the, I guess, most likely approach angle for Twisted. Twisted seems to be stacking more onto that angle, but you're right. The way that this road sets up, it does provide a couple of different ways to go around. E-Arena has the high ground, center dot control, and Twisted Minds is just using the ridge of the road that kind of leads into that upper, I guess, highway, whatever you want to call it. Maybe test track might be the best answer. Is Pathampon, ooh, this could be spicy. Looks like he's going to be wrapping down to the south. Is he going to try to get onto the other side of that road? That's a dangerous run, but if he gets there, he can ruin Twisted.
Twisted Minds could take a bold call here as well and go up onto the track to try fight them on level ground. But again, if you make that play, you got to get the first knock. And you can see that ridgeline I'm talking about now. If they can get up to those blue bollards, maybe you can fight them at their own terms. And I think that's what they're doing. Get up on the road, get higher, get those nades up over the ridgeline. Twisted Minds are saying enough's enough and time to start dumping that util.
Again, still continue to keep eyes on the Batulin's Nurens situation. Nade's now starting to rain down onto Opons. Looks like actually Batulin's going to get some support, and it's a reverse coming in from Lou to kind of get up next to this. I think we're trying to see if maybe they can get some more cover. Lyrics going to go for some shots. Example does get the knock onto Lyrics. Pathampong, though, does get the knock onto Example to quickly follow that back up. Lou starting to push from this lower section, see if he can find anything onto Nurens, but it's just too problematic over here. I think that Example's man should drops down, could be Resable, and now Lou might be trying to make his way over that position while raining nades down on top of the arena. They're all stacked up. That was terrible timing. Nades land, but just a little bit too far away to get the knock.
Still 3 players up for both teams. Batu's going to throw one of his own towards Nurens. That nade does 55 damage, and you're starting to just depreciate all the utility that these defenders holding this spot have on top of the hill. Remember, every shot you land that's not a kill is breaking helmets, breaking vests, and helping you in the long run. Stun grenade on one side from Lou. Example still down. Not quite sure if they're going for that res. I don't know. Maybe he's just being... Yeah, they are they?
Yeah, they just got it. They made the commitment in. They had to surrender a little bit of their covered control for that one. That was why we saw Twisted kind of pull off the gas a bit and slow everything back down on pacing. So the way we see this, it is phase 8 still continuing to close. Center dot control is E-Arena. But Batulin still playing to the north is keeping a good job on corralling while it is just a slow and steady approach, using all of the craters, all of the explosions. Twisted is trying to find opportunities. Big Nade comes up from Example again, gets the knock onto one. Lyrics instantly counter moves, expecting a push coming, but instead Twisted is waiting, setting the pace, slowing everything down to see if maybe anybody steps out, tries to go for some aggressive counterplay back, but finally Lou steps into the angle, spots it, and just unloads with the LMG. Just one up, and it is going to go into Twisted Mind's favor. Finding it, and a smiling Batulins is always terrifying.
Oh my, they played that so well. And yes, Example got knocked, but he got the knock that allowed them to push up the hill. He went up the high ground onto the ramp, got that kill, and then that allowed the rest of Twisted Minds to put the pressure on. And then to add a little bit of insult to injury for Arena, they got Example back up and went on to win the game. But one thing I want to point out to Toffees and Paro was he did over 1,000 damage, but only got 2 kills.
Well, sometimes you do the damage, sometimes you take the points. But I think the 1,000 damage was posture, right? To make everybody know that you're there, and then don't worry about it. Get the position. Coral, take on that?
I think it's also helpful when you have 15 million grenades left in your inventory for the late game. That seems to be a pretty big factor. As they kept, every time they threw one, I was like, how do they still have more? Like, I don't know. I mean, at this point, like, Twisted Minds is, or Test Track is Twisted Minds territory. They reminded everybody why right here in this game, as it just felt like it was inevitable. It didn't feel like E-Arena had anything they could do.
I mean, Test Track is also one of those circles that's always there, right? So I agree with you. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, we also saw the Anakin Skywalker there fighting from the low ground. But that was the secret that Annie didn't understand. You take it slow. Wait for the person on the high ground to step into an angle that you can exploit. And then whenever you finally get the opportunity, go for it. Lou just runs in. Yeah, that was a crazy shot.
nice here from Pathampong. Good plays all around. Twisted Minds, though, a big win for them. You know, I think it was it Miramar where we assumed that Batu was probably throwing his headset at the table because they had some frustrating eliminations. They've been ambushed a couple of times. They've been managing to find survival when it wasn't in the cards, and now with the home circle, they play incredibly well. They stack up a huge kill, or well, I don't say huge kill count, but a solid kill count, and come out with a very, very good win. And this is the Twisted Minds that I have been waiting for to pop back up for actually it feels like a minute, Gibson.
It is, and we were spoken about them at length about how this year, the last year since we switched perspective, has not really worked in favor of them. It is a weird dynamic that we have in the lobby, even for them. Like, we've had 4 maps, but 3 different teams have had 2 good really map spells, right? You had obviously Supers with the first 2 maps doing well, GK having a good spell between maps 2 and 3, and now Twisted Minds have had a really good map 3 and 4. That moves them right up to the top, and look at that, 4 kills for Perfectix. Or, for example, it's about time they helped out Batu. Like, he had 8 of his own in the previous map.
Yes, I forgot 8 and 4. So it was nice. Yeah, Batu did not have to do the heavy lifting this time around. And if your theory holds true, E-Arena going to have a great game in the next one, because up till now it has been tough for them. 16th, 8th, 10th, and then a second. So maybe it will hold true and the trend will continue. The Twisted Minds with this should move into first place. Man of the match going to Example. Feels like old times, Poro.
I know. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen your boy up here. 1,100 damage, though, as you said. 4 kills to go along with it. I mean, it's... I'm still shook by these jerseys. They just look like those Jazz cups, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep. You gotta be a 90s kid to get that.
That's all I see anytime I look at them. But no, I mean, this was just perfect place for Twisted to play, right? Like, they didn't have to make any weird rotations. They didn't have to run into any teams that were hiding on the top of a hill, dug in and entrenched in. Like, they just got to play buildings, play compounds, and that's where they're really damn good. And as a result, they get 20 points for their troubles, and E-Arena right behind them. But don't forget, I mean, look, Full Sense, they're still up there too, guys.
Jazz cuffs. Yeah, it does. I was sponsored by Mr. Beast. I think it's hilarious that the 90s are back, and they're like, let's dress them in 90s colors, and all of us who grew up or were around during that time were like, you just look like styrofoam cups. All right, they played really well. 49 points. Geek Esports 44 though, and Supers, who started super strong, are down to 41. Full Sense defending world champions at 41 as well, and then a bit of a drop off where the mid pack going into game 5 has really started to lag just a little bit. Gibson.
Yeah, like you look at a VP on 34 and then it just starts really tumbling from that point. JDG, though, not gotten things going at all on 6 points. But you look at the names in that mid-pack, like Liquid have gotten 20 points without doing anything incredibly spectacular. Balkans are fighting and limping all the way through. Anyone's Legend seem to flip a coin every game to decide whether they're going to be demons and destroy everybody or whether they're going to sit back and be passive. I want Anyone's Legend. We're back. Hello.
Hey.
Got the flag.
Wow.
They're in first place. We're back, baby. Okay. Sorry.
Well, hey, if you're that excited that you've got flags lying around, I've got good news for you, Matchroom. We have a chance to talk to none other than the man of the match, Example, right now. Let's catch up with him on the stage.
Welcome, guys. We're having Example with us here, and let's say hello to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
That's great, because you're just congratulations on winning the final circle, and you have a good improve on the leaderboards. How do you feel right now?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Still can fight for first place.
All right.
It's nice.
What was going on your mind in the last 2 games?
We just focused on our game and be patient and that's it, I think.
All right. Patient is very...
Got a little bit lucky and we just take our game.
But your form is really good today. How do you evaluate your form today?
We just play aggressive and that's it, I think.
All right. What are you gonna do in the last game?
What we're gonna do?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just push a random camp.
All right.
Compound.
Looking forward to seeing that. Okay. See you in the next game. Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, welcome guys. It's great to have Togoton and Kickstars here. Let's say hello to everyone. Hello.
Ni hao.
That's for EMEA, actually.
We're in China.
Oh, God, all right. So let's start with the tournament so far. This tournament hasn't quite go on the way you wanted so far. So looking back, what do you think has been the biggest challenge for the team? In PGS7?
I think we're still not used to like the digging meta with the pickaxes. It's kind of thrown the game in a completely different direction than it has been, and especially the blue zone settings as well. And I think both of those things have just completely changed the meta, and I think you're seeing a lot of the teams that usually perform at the top perform a little bit more shaky, inconsistent, because the meta is just so different from what it used to be because of those two things.
You need time to adapt it.
Yeah, if there is a possibility of adapting to it at this point. It's a little hard.
What's the team's mindset going to that next challenge?
For us, I mean, we're just going to try and play our game. Like, we've been consistent so far with our results. We had one terrible day yesterday, but in a 5-game set, I think that kind of thing is just going to happen sometimes. A lot of the problems we spoke about last night, and we're just going to come in with, same confidence.
Like, one thing people always mention about Falcons is how close your team as teammates. But like, what's something about this team that fans don't get to see, like, behind the scene?
Yeah. We have a very close relationship. I think we're all a bit like brothers, more so than other teams. And fans might see that to a degree on like our live streams and stuff, but I don't think they see how tight we are exactly.
Yeah. If everyone on your team became an animal, who would be what?
Jeez.
Finally, what's one thing you'd like Falcons fans to remember heading into survival stage? Let's take over first. You want to say something, Coop?
I don't know.
That's all on you.
It's on me, yeah. Let me think. We're trying our best.
Okay, see you in the games.
Bye.
See ya.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device.
We got next, we ready to flex, we are ready to rock, give it all you got, we got y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
Welcome back. The final game of day one of a 2-day final is about to kick off here from Shanghai, China at PGS7 2026. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Gibson, and Matcham as we break down the action. And we're going to jump right back into what we saw during the break, because that was a difficult interview with the Falcons boys, who tend to be a lot more open and not tight-lipped in their interviews. And I kind of wonder, Poro, do you think that is a symptom of sort of what they've been experiencing success-wise, maybe the new format of the team, or they just not really vibe with being asked what animals they are?
That's a great question. Next question. What animal would you think that you are, Toffees?
Shark.
Shark? Matcham?
Yeah, look, it's... Yeah,
things I have never thought about. I don't know. Give me 10 seconds and come back to me.
Gibson.
I probably have like maybe way too much golden retriever energy, maybe sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's a good.
Fair enough. I'm a quokka. Matt, back to you.
I was gonna say something like a gazelle because I'm kind of flighty and scrawny.
You are the slowest person I've ever seen in my life, the least athletic person I know.
You cannot
so
say
I
that.
don't want to
Go
hear
ahead and
you
limp
say
up the stairs
gazelle.
somewhere.
That's why I said a quokka. I didn't say gazelle. Okay, we're going into the final game of the day, Toffees. Let's finish this thing off.
I know what a quokka is, but I know what a gazelle isn't. All right, Matt. You have to get out of here. Head back to the digital green room. That's how you start the final match, I think. As me and Poro get ready to bring you the action here, it is the final game, a return to the grassy pastures. But worry not, for there are 10 games to play, 5 more tomorrow, but you want to make a statement here and now as you get ready for the final day. And again, it is a 50-50 plane. Last time this happened, it went straight to military.
I can't believe that they're doing this again. Another far south plane to end off the day. And I'll be honest with you, Toffees, like we haven't gotten a chance to really talk about it. What?
Go ahead. There's just a fight about to happen. I'm excited.
Oh,
let's talk about what?
Well, I mean, it kind of ties into what is about to happen. It has been so violent to start off these games all day long, and it looks like that's going to happen here again. As now it's going to be the Battle of Europe, and Nemesis and Vitality Levante already with a shotgun, just charging over as fast as he can.
Yeah, he action movie. He John Wick rolled across the roof, grabbing a double barrel, then landed on the ground to go to the fight. The bad news is everyone else got into buildings, so now you've got a 2-shot gun, and you got a bunch of Uzis, barrels, and scars staring you down. Gedrox is going to push forward, though. He flips it around here. He's got the Vector, sprays him from behind, tries to push him into the back. Levante on the high ground with the double barrel.
A little pre-fire. Gedrock's going to take a lot of damage for his trouble. I think he might need to go back here and rejoin the rest of his team. As it looks like Vitality's plan here is to try to death ball through. But oh my goodness, goes out and gets absolutely lit up by Diffex. And the grenade's going to sail just a little bit wide. Oh, looks like he spotted somebody out on the high ground. He does. Hello, my bad's going to go down. Diffex is the one-man army.
Nemesis making some plays. Melman getting a nice move there. Stade gets it, and Team Vitality, just like that, is completely eliminated. They came for aggression. They only got one, and Nemesis walks away not only with the win, but they're still in the circle, Poro.
But look at this Liquid. Look at Liquid. They're rushing over in that direction. They're sending over to Lipovka. Have they already looted? Did they just know that this was going to happen, or they see it in the kill feed? They are getting involved. I love this from Liquid, as long as it goes their ways, as long as they don't get flushed here.
Hey, when it rains on the high ground, water flows towards the ocean, and that's what's happening right now. Team Liquid hits the top of the hill and wants to come down. So says Exposed. If they can catch the glance, I don't think you heard the car coming in, so they might not know just yet. Liquid gets low. All right, boys, enter stealth mode activated.
Well, here's the thing is they can afford to enter stealth mode. They can afford to stay in stealth mode because they are inside zone right here, and they will spot out Diffex. The shark strikes. It's your people, Toffees.
My people. That's how they do. Sharky. What is a quokwa? Are you talking about Quepa? What's a quokka?
You got to Google it.
Okay.
They're adorable. You love them.
I don't have Google potential right now. Single monitor life.
That's
all right,
fair.
Purdy. M249 glancing around the right side. That's a VSS up on the high ground. Love VSS in early game fights. Right now with tier 2 gear across the board, it actually is still pretty effective. Shark.
I could trade. I could change it back. I could go back. We could call it a Capybara. I feel like I give Capybara energy.
You do give Capybara energy, but like
Capybara.
Catch my. Okay, no, don't get me started on the song. All right. Malaysia classic. All right, Purdy Curdy. Got a little glancy here. He's doing a little dance, doing a little scouting. I love that Liquid was this proactive.
What's that smell like? You smell something?
What's that smell
What's
like?
that wall smell like?
What does it smell?
Smells like murder. Well, let's see.
Like
Hopefully Sosa doesn't just blindly cross this road. Oh, he is going to blindly cross this road. And fortunately enough for him, Kurt not going to see him. So, okay.
Well,
Sosa free and clear.
He was distracted. He was distracted by the corner. He just did. Let him go. Let him go. I mean, honestly, I think Liquid's they're just going to try to they're going a full surround. I thought they might lock out the south rotation, but they actually sent someone all the way up to the north. I don't know who it is that they sent up there. It's Cowboy. Cowboy has gone all the way to the high ground compound to shoot down into Sev.
Yeah, it seems to be Cowboy's role these days, taking that off angle. So it's good to see that Liquid's starting to kind of figure out. I mean, we were talking about with the addition of Cowboy, they had to learn how to play around him. He's got to learn how to play with them. And it seems like he's starting to kind of get a more defined role. And they are trusting him to be that man on the anchor position off on his own. And you will have that flanking angle here. And as I said, Liquid, they're inside the zone right now. They're all the way on the north side. The likelihood, given that plane path, that anybody's going to be doing a long wrap around to the north is probably pretty low. So they can afford to stick this out.
Diffex is cooked, so we got a limp here on Nemesis. Cowboy up to the high ground. He's looking down on him. There's a bit of a replay of that early aggression fight. If you look at that top left, that VSS putting in a little bit of work, a lot of bit of work, as Sosa got that knock. And this is how Nemesis did come away with 4 points in the hopper. The problem is Liquid utilized that time to set up really a surround ambush that no one's going to mess with. This is not going to get third-party portal because who would even bother coming up here right now? This is just going to play itself out, and the advantage goes to Liquid the whole way through.
Yeah, this is just the siege of Lipovka at this point. I mean, Liquid, they just hold their positions, wait for Nemesis to make a move. That's a good smoke from State. He's got to imagine that somebody has an angle and is looking down towards this revive beacon. And yeah, you can see the grenades already coming through. I think State is like, hey, you know what? Maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe we go for this a little later.
It's just Diffex. Do we really need to go and take that risk? Purdy with the zoomer peek right there. Oh, got betrayed! Sit down, son. Cowboy, though, gets Melman from the other side. The double ambush launched at the same time. Yippee-ki-yay, he says, as he jumps off the high ground and starts his rotation to help out Purdy.
It's really nicely done.
Man, I thought Purdy had him for a second.
Like
that was a brutal fire back. Cowboy is going to go ahead and get that finish up on Melman. So Purdy's still strong. Hey. You're back. Hey, welcome back.
I thought we lost you. We, in fact, lost me. But I'm back. Don't worry. But yeah, Purdy back on his feet.
I don't know if we lost you.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say I missed.
We missed you more than Cowboy missed Melman, because Cowboy did laser that bloke down from the high ground. Another good ambush. Liquid has been hyper focused on catching Nemesis off guard here.
Yeah, still looking around at the map to see if there's any potential of somebody coming over in this direction. Was keeping an eye on Petrichor Road. They went over towards Prison Cliffs. Next,
welcome.
That is a
welcome,
grenade.
cool.
Not a bad grenade.
Thanks for the sub.
Sosid, do a little bit of damage to Alo before following up with the Molotov, but you can see what they're sitting on here. Not a lot of offensive utility, but they do have a lot of smokes.
All right, while this is happening, I want to check in with our field reporter, Toffees. Toffees, anything else happening on the map? No,
there he is.
Just this. So here we are, back to Team Liquid.
It's going to rain.
It's going to rain.
The other thing is, okay, with this circle, obviously we've been scrapping since the word go, right? So we haven't got a chance to really talk about the circle, but Lipovka in the very north side, which is an indicator that pretty much like, what are we going to say, 75% of this circle is unplayable. If you include that little bit of the eastern part of Military Island that nobody's going to really stick around because you know it's going to be pushing away, right? So everybody is already looking towards logging camp, towards Milta. It's been a little bit slower this time around, all things considered, though, because I think everybody kind of looked at it, and if they were far away, they're like, let's take our time, let's loot up meds, let's come in late, because the likelihood that there's going to be a good spot towards the center available for us when we get there is slim to none. So let's just make sure that we're going to be in a good position to kind of play in from the edge as you see the new circle pop.
Yeah, that circle pops, and that's what we call a kerfuffle shift, as everyone is about to bump up against each other, trying to move in. You saw VP coming from the sky with their E pickup. You see teams rotating below them. Everyone rushing to get to their spots, including VP landing on tops of the Falcons. Nixie gets Gustav flush and done. This compound is now theirs.
Yeah, that sucks for Falcons. I mean, they're kind of coming through one by one. I mean, this is C2. Right, you kind of assume that this is all going to be taken, but I mean, maybe they just had a misread on the scout. That's the only thing I can really think of. But Kickstart should be able to disengage from this and go ahead and rejoin the rest of the boys over at Mini. But yeah, having to play this one out as 3, not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, with a shift like that, though, honestly, I just feel like that was a wicked big spread from the Falcons to have so many solos out there playing monkey and stuff, and VP just landed right on top of it. Silent, stealthy. Brutal, and I'm sure by the time they called it, Gustav, you can't get out there and spray down 4 guys at the same time. It's just
super unfortunate timing. Yeah.
Yep. So that came down to timing. Speaking of timing, Liquid has pulled themselves out of the Lipovka fight and go south towards prison. Smartly so, to stay on the edge of the circle. We're going to Petrichor Road, who is looking down on E Arena. They are in 7th place. They've been okay, but a little slower than I think they would have liked so far in this game, considering what we saw out of E Arena earlier this week with a lot of momentum in their play. Oh no! At least he wasn't in the car though, right?
I mean, they left him behind to kind of keep eyes on Lipovka to see if he could maybe catch Nemesis as they were making their way out. And of course he gets hit by the stupid red zone grenade. What are you going to do? They get the res. They'll get him back on his feet. Unfortunately, he'll be on second bleed, but you know,
I assume
whatever.
being the young guy who recently joined the team, they're probably all giving him the trolls, right? Like, oh, come on, Cowboy, get better at your rotation. Of course you get hit by a red zone. You know, good old fashioned ribbing. You got to do a little bit of it.
I think maybe you rib him a little bit more if you're sitting higher than 8th place right now. But they're probably just happy that they can get him back on his feet and they can go forward as 4. And they have a lot of room to play there on that northeastern side. So we'll keep a close eye on Liquid as we check in with Virtus Pro. After taking down Gustav, they've sent Luca Rux a little bit farther uphill. And it looks like he's spotted out Songjang. Had him pinned down, but looks like EJ is going to provide him a little bit of support.
He's spotting for the mortar, so they put him up there so that he could kind of call out the smoke locations. They can send a couple mortars in that direction. We'll watch the kill feed to see if that does pop up. Meanwhile, we get the replay of how the Cowboy died.
That feels
so close to freedom.
That feels so
I love
bad.
that. Why did 2 red zones hit in the same spot? That's just
yeah,
mean.
that feels kind of brutal. That feels like it's targeted a little bit.
Feels targeted.
Oh well. Yeah, what can you do? They got him back. All's fair. And actually, looking at that map, Nemesis going to get Diffix back. So they're out in the blue zone still, but they'll have a few more players now as we see Full Sense making the push onto 17. Already starting off with a knock. Rushy's going to go down to the grenade from Lil Ghost. Thanadol will take down Lil Ghost. Lyric's going to take down Belmoth from across the road. And this fight is getting third-partied. And look at the arena. They're actually going to collapse on this to see if they can get some more.
Everyone's coming in. Flash trying to make a play. Thanadol standing. It's just 2 left from Full Sense. Locked inside the house. 17 crossing over. Tian, who has been an absolute lights-out legend in the previous days, is going to go ahead and enter the house and look for the fight. It goes inside, straight to the lower floor, but calls in some backup. Immediately, Xiaowu crosses to the other side of the garage. It's now locked in the downstairs. They can heal up. They can hold the stairway. They can use the 3P peek to do so.
Put things on pause for now. What the smokes bloom out is Luca Rux. Got a pretty good idea of where these Falcons guys are. We'll try to cook the grenade, but it's going to be a little bit too far as he'll push right into the smoke. But Shrimzy's going to spot him out. He gets him low, but doesn't get the knock. Shrimzy all by himself trying to hold the line. Kickstart, though, has the support from the side, and Falcons stay alive for the time being as they try to hold off Virtus Pro.
Shrimzy yelling, I'm sorry, Taggleton, as he falls back. He has no choice. The fight is on. Trying to figure out a way to make this move. Meanwhile, Tiantian to get one of those knocks over on Full Sense. We'll keep watching that as this situation unfolds. VP in a really good spot, pushing uphill. Falcons were dug in, but this feature of terrain makes it so hard to counter the Virtus Pro push.
It's really, really tough. And both of these teams getting shot from uphill. It looks like EJ and Songjang looking down in this direction. They don't have great angles, but they have some. You see a few shots being sent over in this direction as Kickstar will get taken down by Corexy. Nice flanking angle from him. Nixie will try to go for the flush. It's all down to Shrimzy. He's going to find one, gets Beamy. Try to go for the flush and at least secure the point, but he's got to be head on a swivel here, waiting for the push. Nixie, the grenade, going to do a lot of damage. As Corexy going to go for the res while Nixie's holding him off.
Bold res, big energy. It looks like Shrimzy's right there. He hears that was a tough one. He put a grenade in Shrimzy's pocket. Also worth noting, while that fight went on, as we jump back over here, DNS is attacking 17. Tiantian single-handedly finished off Full Sense, but they lost a player, so he was down to 1, and Rex and the lads saw it coming, and they started cooking, ran straight in, got that finish. Now 17 is done and dusted as well.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was just taking way too long. The smokes kind of forcing them to do that. And as a result, they just let themselves in perfect position for a third party as Batu backing the Roach coach. Getting a little bit close to anyone's legend here. There's a lot of players, a lot of guns looking down in that direction. It's going to do a lot of damage to that BRDM. And now he's stuck in the trench. Okay, we'll get on out and hopefully be able to escape. But yeah, a lot of damage coming through on that BRDM.
So he's out there doing some scouts. That's the beauty of it, right? So we can check in with them as it slows down a little bit on the map and see what they think about Batu's Roach Scout.
Шлемка?
Да, сейчас буду ремонтить.
Yeah, they were over there.
Сколько осталось?
3.
ФС сколько? 4?
I'll fix it real quick.
PS2. 1.
Вайп.
Сколько GDG в хилфиде было?
ФС вайп. GDG...
What kind of animal would you be?
Там уже другая фолка, там ДНР.
Там, походу, 4 в гараже.
А, сколько еще раз? Двое?
Трое.
Трое. Сколько еще раз? Двое?
Трое.
Трое.
See, he's saying I would be a shark. No, you would be a capybara.
Ну там на беттере раскидывать смоки, и только потом нам заезжать и утилкой взрывать. Я хуй знаю.
Давай попробуем.
Вам вдвоем подъезжать на беттер.
Now, in all seriousness, if I had to guess, given how much they were looking at that kill feed, they're trying to get an idea of how many players might be in each of these compounds before they make an eventual push here. As we see the mortars coming in from Nixie, will spot out Kiss. The follow-up, will it be enough? Nope, it's going to land just a little bit shy. And Baron and Jacob now, the last two up here from him.
Yeah, BP seems like they're kind of mad. I don't know, this game in particular, they've got a little chip on their shoulder. They come in, Beanie hanging out of the car, straight up onto the rocks, goes pop, pop, pop. He gets knocked down though as Sunjang from elsewhere gets involved with the fight.
Goodness, Virtus Pro, Corexi and Nixie from range. Looks like he spot out and Kiss. Make sure he secures that point. So 6 kills now picked up for Virtus Pro as they are climbing up the leaderboard all the way up to the 5th now. Nixie going for that res on the Lucarux, trying to get protection, but no. That Park Pro mortar is going to land in the worst spot. And now Nixie all by himself. Or no, wait, he's got Corexi back there. Okay, Corexi's still in it. Although he might be pinned down. Oh no. Nemesis has come back to bite Team Liquid in the butt.
No! Oh, that's pretty funny. Vengeance is theirs. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds has decided they're going to move forward. They did all that scouting. They got the Roach healed up, and now it's JDG that is in their way. Smoke bounces off the window. I like that sick little play around the outside. He sees him. BRDM makes you impervious as you come up around the side of the fence.
This is something that I feel like we see Twisted do, but I don't see many other teams doing this, using the BRDM to just push directly into the compound rather than kind of play around the outside from it. So we'll see if it works out for him this time. It hasn't worked out for him great in the past. No knocks onto JDG just yet, but those offensive smokes trying to keep them from peaking, but Suze is going to find Example, immediately gets the flush as well, and now December 12th will go down as Twisted Minds has breached the compound there on the first floor.
The call is coming from inside the house. Lou defends the door, turns back to the stairs, and is able to grab a little bit of cover. A lot of cars here. He goes for the spray. Can he get it? He does! Makes a nice little move, misses a little bit elsewhere, and now Lou's got to try to finish this. Can he pick up 3? He got 4 last time around, hides in the car, goes for the heal. Perfectix on the cover.
Got him with the last bullet, too. As JDG, they will try to go for a reset of their own. The smoke's laid down at the bottom of the staircase, as it looks like JDG will be able to get Cold back on his feet. December 12th, well, you're dead. But they might be able to get Nons back up. And now it is Suze's job just to hold the stairs. Those are good smokes, to be honest, because they have to push through, but he'll see them before they see him.
Yep. And just as a quick update, Nemesis has meted out their vengeance and eliminated Team Liquid. Now, back to the fight.
R.I.P. Team Liquid. Hardly knew ye. They get 4 points.
Imagine me kneeling down by the gravestone.
Chucking a deuce.
Nemesis for sure would have done that. Like, sorry, boys. Hot drop coming on third party us. What? All right, Suze, here's the moment. Holds the angle, gets the shot, goes for the blaze down. Nice job. Now they know exactly where he is. They pretty much knew all along. Here comes that flush. Perfectix in some trouble, but it's Lou. Look at me now as he comes in and makes a play with Cold 119. Gets the wraparound, tries to make the move here on the outside. Can Batulin be the difference maker? Can he get inside? Can he try to save his team?
He's got that BRDM and he's just going to retreat into it, but that's a Panzerfaust. That's not what you want to see. And, get him right in the butt. and that'll do it for Twisted Minds. And now Nixie and the boys will send a few more grenades in there, and perfectly cooked and perfectly placed. JDG lose 2. They're down to just 1.
Whoa!
Yo, but the aggro of Virtus Pro, they aggro push, they got pushed back off.
Here
I think it
comes
was DK.
VP.
They went somewhere else in aggro push. They got Panzerfaust in their pockets. No one is happy to see them. JDG crying right now as 2 players of VP come in like an 8-man army.
Just 10 kills now for the Polar Bears as they will try to push their way through and get rid of this last player. But we've already seen success holding that staircase. All he's got left in the bag, though, is flashbangs. He'll try to send it. Tries to push across. He gets 1, retreats back, goes into the car, comes around on the other side, gives him the okie doke. Both of them have to reload, and they're going to cut back to it. He gets them cold 119, puts them in a blender.
What?
119. 119. You gotta give him props. That was a sexy play. The full reload. It looked like a rookie game for a second, but they played Ring Around the Rosie, dance pants through the car and out the other side. And Cold 119 comes away with a ton of points for JDG off of what ended up being a pretty big pin down when Twisted Minds showed up the first time. The survival rating on these guys, the index is through the roof.
And boy, did they ever need it. Still sitting in dead last right now. But 6 kills for JDG put them back in the conversation, and not too far removed from teams further up the leaderboard. Now Supers are going to try to see if they can dispatch with Sharper. A tough task to be sure, but they make it look easy. Steel and Guman combine to finish off Sharper.
Sharper gone, and the soup comes to the top as again they say we want to finish the day on the top here. Nemesis, Diffx, the last man standing. He was actually ironically the first man killed in their previous fight against Liquid inside the city, but he remains the sole survivor of the Nemesis Liquid showdown. Songjong up on top of the rock. This is the guy that caused VP so much trouble from that exact same position. Now if Diffx tries to make the move, stands up, and easy peasy lemon squeezy, Songjong takes another point.
Nothing you can do there if you're Diffx, but not a bad game here for Nemesis, because all things considered, 7 kills, considering the what they had to go through here. As we get a little quick replay here of JDG. Whoop, take shots. Oh, we got to reload. We go, whoop, hop in the vehicle. Whoop, back in the vehicle again.
Oh my gosh.
See it, man.
It was like you warp tubes left and right. That was awesome. Switching guns, making plays. That's what you train for, those big moments that are unexpected. Here's come Geek Esports. EJ01 looks like he's going to push down here on JDG. Pathompon gets Ming Ming elsewhere on the map. Nice Molly going to come out and try to force JDG back off this tree. You know what? You did enough, Cold 119. Rest in peace, legend.
Absolutely. You've earned your time here as EJ is going to go and trying to see if there's anything left in this box, and I doubt there's much. Petrichor Road, though, gonna get... Oh, well, that was short-lived. As E-Arena doing a great job of laying those Molotovs there. Chewy now trying to spot out the man on the edge of the smoke. He's going to get pushed in. Will spray down. He will find Pathapong and at least secure 1 more point here for Petrichor Road before he eventually goes down. And now it's all down to I-26 V6. He does spot out Opons. And now Nurins and Larix, the last 2 players up here for E-Arena.
It felt like EA was caught off his guard just as much as the observers were on that bounce around. His 126 V6 does take some damage. Songjang being very active. Geek looking to come in. They've been playing around this rock like bosses. E-Arena forcing Petrichor's hand up here very close to Akon, who's going to try to get himself a free point if he can do so. They want this real bad before E-Arena shows up.
Akon gonna try to hit him with that convict music as I-26 between V6 gonna try to do the okie doke just like his brother in arms, but it's not gonna work out as well for him this time as EJ will finish him off, and that is now 6 kills for Geek, and wouldn't you know it, Geek and Supers in the top 3 with 4 alive. Anyone's legend pinned up against the blue.
Is this something they're doing in Chinese scrims right now? Is there a bunch of car sliding going on over there? I hope that's true because the skill level ultra high. Soup gonna come forward towards anyone's legend, get a little bit of fight right now. Nades going back and forth up over the top. Both teams land a couple, but no one gets a knock off of it. Soup having a tough face-off. He jumps in the air and is dropped by Songjang, who has been on a tear today.
It's a beautiful flanking angle there from Songjang, and Akon going to try to send the vehicle right into grenade range. That's a good grenade. Oh, it gets a little bit too short to do any more damage to anyone's legend, but Supers are so focused in on this, and the circle is pushed away, and Geeke is just taking everything right now, and now they have angles onto anyone's legend as well. Delwyn has to drop down. Himass is going to go down to Rex, as DNS will try to go for the res.
DNS going to do the pickup and try to get the rescue. Anyone's legend, if they go down here, it sets us up for a 1-2 showdown here at the end of the day. Deal trying to make that happen as he goes and fires forward. Himass going to get blown out to the blue. Nade's coming back over on Soup. We don't have a whole lot of cover. Backs to the blue, smokes to the right. Now got to make a run and hope that it's right. Park Pro with the blaze down, hits him with the Dragonov. Easy finish, no cover, and he will be dusted.
It's
easy
like
win.
DK has got this one absolutely wrapped up, and indeed they do. The final win of the day going over to Geeke as they cement their first place finish.
Congratulations to Geeke Esports. That is not one, not two, but 3 chicken dinners on day one. That is wild. That is unexpected. We saw Myth do something similar in a group stage, but never in a final. Let's get Matchroom and Gibson back in here. Matchroom.
Oh,
3
nice.
chickens.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing some dominant PUBG right now. The way that they understand how circles are gonna be moving
21.000
favorable
Punkte gewonnen.
positions for them, and then they exploit it. They don't just hide out. They
Boom!
Sure they get some control over the circle, but then they also start finding the right moments to go for their more aggressive plays. It's a great combination of understanding the terrain around you, what your win conditions are, and the exact right moment to strike. And it has just been popping off for them over and over again. But they still have a lot of people that are in the hunt right on top of them.
Dude, you said popping off over and over. Let's talk about this match in general.
Oh my
I'm
God,
sorry
Rushy.
that you guys had to be in the green room, because that was one of the most non-stop start-to-finish games I've seen in a long time. Everyone came out with bloodlust, Gibson.
This fight here, I don't have the brain cells to move the way these players do. Like, I wouldn't think about doing this seat swap. It's next level. But I want to add to the fact, I think today as a whole has maybe been 5 of the best, like, it's one of the best days of action we've had this year when you look at what every single game has delivered. Like, so many great strategic plays, so many incredible 1v1 brilliance moments, and just things like this. We had such a good day to kick off our finals.
Well, just think
I mean,
about
the
fact that
battle
this
here.
I was going to say, this all kind of brewed here because Cold actually did jump out of the upper area to go for that flank position on it. So, like, this was not just, like, coming down the stairs. This was a very good understanding and 3 different approaches to a firefight coming up from Cold. He's just so damn good.
I mean, Cold One Night understands how to play Hell House, and that was abundantly obvious. The problem was when they tried to leave and he was the last man standing, but they still went in there, they held against a bunch of teams, and they managed to get the points where they were available. Geeke, however, comes away with the win, Porosaurus. And as we look at their team stats, we gotta be honest, if you go put together, and I don't think we have one, an overall stat compilation of their 3 chicken dinners or their just first 5 games, it's going to be pretty dominating in terms of how many points and how much center control they were able to put together.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking really good. This last game, if you look at it isolated from everything else, they got logging camp very early on. Nobody really pressed them at full strength. They never really got too much pressure from up there, but that was because they were in great position to kind of prevent all that pressure from coming through. So not a lot of kills to be finished off there as we see Nixie, your man of the match, and boy, he earned it. VP, despite going out in a somewhat embarrassing way there to Cold 119, they still, I mean, I think they had 11 kills before they go out in the end there. That was a great game from them.
They also showed up at the fight with a Panzerfaust ready for Batulin, which I think is now just a staple that every team's got to have. You got to just keep a Panzer in the trunk if Batulin's in the same map as you, Matchroom, because he always seems to have a BRDM to explore with.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot, like we were talking about kind of like Levante and how he likes to use them to open up fights and whatnot. Every single time I see it, I always get nervous because there's always that late roaming BRDM. And yeah, a lot of times it's going to be Batulins. We did see Team Liquid also trying to exploit at different stages today. The BRDM, if you end up in a more open section of the map, which the circles have been going, they can just absolutely take control over them. So it feels like right now Panzerfaust and really just trying to hold on to them for the exact right moment is such a pivotal decision for each one of these teams.
Yep, Panzer Joust, it's all the game. Now let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Geeke Esports up at 62. Strong start, 2 chicken dinners for them as they do it. The good news, I guess, for the rest of the lobby is even with 3 chicken dinners, the point spread is not untenable. Soup, who's only had one, is still within striking distance. Twisted Minds also up there as well. They've got one win from game 4. And then Virtus Pro, who I don't believe was able to take any wins today, is up. I mean, so Virtus Pro had a 13th, a 14th, or 11th, 13th, 5th, like not super great ranks in every single game, and yet are finding kill points like crazy. So not shocking is, again, they find a ton of kill points here. Nixie with 5. I've enjoyed watching Virtus Pro play a ton this year, but in this event as well, Gibson.
Yeah, and I love watching VP as a whole. We said it over the broadcast. Matt and I think they've been the most consistent team globally over the last year, and they continue to just make plays. And Nixie is getting the flyers he deserves. I think Ebby's added so much as a coach, and you know what? They're still in the hunt. Like, they're not up first and second and third, but they are going into tomorrow with a very realistic chance of winning this PGS, and with all the money and all the PGC points that go with it.
All right, let's look at who is still playing. I mean, you guys saw them all day today, but they will be back tomorrow. I saw some folks talking in the chat. Is it 5? Is it 6? It is 5 per day, 10 overall. So that means tomorrow these 16 teams will meet again on the battlefield for the second day. The points don't reset this time, however, and you have to play catch up because the teams at the top have come out with something to prove. We do switch up the maps a little bit tomorrow, Matt, and it's going to be double Tago, only one Erangel.
Ooh, to end with a double Tago. That's going to be really intriguing to watch how the teams are going to play around that, as we can get some really dicey circles with hints of like Erangel and military base whenever it goes up to the northwest. We keep getting pulled down to the south time and time again on that map, it feels like.
All right, let's check in with Batulin on this
Post-match interview today, and we're having battlings with us. Let's say hello to the audience.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Yeah, you have like 8 kills in one game in Tago today. After that match, did you feel like you were back to your expected level?
I would say that expected level from Twisted Minds is winning all the tournaments, or at least get top 3.
All right.
So I guess since we didn't win yet and didn't even get 3rd, so we are not at expected level yet, but it's pretty random.
I see. Like, has the performance given you like extra confidence to moving forward?
I would say definitely it gives more confidence than it was before, because like when you're getting many kills in such hard games, the only thing it can give you is the confidence that you can do that. And so yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, when we are happy with seeing that too. And the last question is about, although there's like these supers and geeky ahead of you, but like you still have chance to win a championship, and that feeling must be like familiar to you. So how are the chances, do you think, it will come true tomorrow?
Well, I would say the chances are like around 50-50, since we are still a terrible team in TPP, and it's also pretty random. So we need to play like our best game, also be lucky, and then maybe we'll win. If not, if some of this stuff not working well enough, then not win.
So we'll wait and see what you can bring us tomorrow. But that's all for the interview. Let's see you guys in tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's fascinating because it's a consistent theme across some of our top teams that existed prior to the transition, prior to the new patches that have added in a lot of these sort of new elements, that they have struggled. And I think the fact that he said random twice in that interview and said if we don't get a little bit of luck, we don't get the win. And I feel like we've heard that from some other teams. Falcons seems a little crestfallen about some stuff. You saw their interview as well, kind of having a similar sentiment. Gunnar, in all of his interviews for the first time in history, has been focused on the positive mental attitude stuff instead of sort of systems and function. And so to me, that says that this might be whether or not you buy into that you have to be lucky to win, it is definitely a time of shift. It's a time when the meta is aggressively moving, and there is a space at the top for a new generation of teams to step in, Gibson.
There is, and I think with the whole change and shift, we're not going to have a dominant team like we had in the past, like that Twisted Minds run where they almost had the perfect year. Like with the added kind of randomness they're talking about, or the fact that anybody can really win a map now as opposed to just 2 or 3 teams dominating with the way that they play macro, we're moving into an era where I feel more teams than ever feel that they can actually win. Like every player says, my goal is to win. But in the past, you always felt like maybe only 4 of them were telling the truth. Now I feel like there's way more teams going into every single event that genuinely do believe that they can come out as champions.
Yep, and I will say that's it. You have seen that as well, though. This idea that some teams who would never have said anything below first is acceptable are now saying things like third place will take that, which I also find absolutely shocking coming from the man himself, Batulin, to sort of express that. Because in the past, when I've talked to him, he's looked at me in the eyes and said, "If we don't win, it doesn't count. It's not a success for us." So that is a very, very big shift in attitude. All right, well, guess what? We got one more day to play, and it is going to be wild. Today's games, I think, inarguably, were awesome. Tons of fun to watch. Chaos from the start. A willingness by our players to roll their hands up and throw some fists no matter what. So tomorrow we're going to have the similar amounts of action. I guarantee it, so make sure you're here. But before I sign off for the day, you know I love final thoughts, so I got to ask those. Match'em, let's start with you.
Korean dominance, can it continue? Because we'll often see them have like a great day one, and day two doesn't always necessarily go the best for them. We've seen it with T1, we've seen it with players on GK whenever they were on Bagopal before. All of this can kind of slide down. They've got to make sure that they hold in the tempo that they've got right now, because you've got the looming consistency of VP, who will not take a chicken dinner, but will just stay right behind you the whole way, just eating at your morale every time you falter.
Right? They chomp at you until you trip, and then they take over. I like that. VP in the wings. All right, Gibson, what's your final take?
Pressure on GK. Are they going to go to bed tonight and sleep well, knowing they have a lead going into tomorrow? It's not a position that we see this team in all that often. So I wonder, will the pressure help them kind of perform at their very best tomorrow, or will they go in nervous? Because that can always happen.
The most dangerous part of standing at the top is the desperation of the fall. We'll see if they hold. Porosaurus, final thoughts.
Yeah, obviously, again, congrats to Geek. 10-point lead going into the final day, but we all saw what a 10-point lead did for 17. So the job is not done by any means. I think no one would feel worse if you won 3 games in one day and then still didn't get the win. So a lot of pressure, as you said, going into tomorrow, and a lot of Tego to play tomorrow too. So those guys better be prepped for that map.
A lot of prep required. I hope the early fights finish, and I will remind you guys that if it wasn't for Geek having a little bit of a point bonus going into this, Soup would be a little bit closer. So every point will matter. Make sure you're back tomorrow for all of the action. I guarantee it's going to be a barn burner. This is the PUBG Global Series 7 from Shanghai. On behalf of myself, Match'em, Gibson, Porosaurus, the entire production team, Crafton, and all the players, thank you so much for spending your day with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, pretty man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
Shut up. Shut up now. Yeehaw! What? How fast was he? Wow. Goodbye. Bye, my little friend. Oh, tschüss. Wow. Q1. Mal gucken, was der noch so macht hier. Der hat mich ja ordentlich weggemacht, Alter. Weggepratzt mit der Uzi. GG's. Da 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 da. Alright. Was geht denn hier ab? Keine Ahnung, Mann. Hä? Was? Oh no. Die Gute. All Gute. Nice shots. I good. Das ist doch Dolos. Weekend Beach. Bot oder AFK Farm. Schön den AFK weggemacht. Ai, ai, ai. Okay. Oh. Wir brauchen Heal. Heal, heal, heal. Bitte, bitte, bitte. Smokes. Acho. Keiner? Jemand hier? Keiner da. Go find Becky. Hallo? Auf geht's, auf geht's. Hä? Wie war das kein einziger Hit? Was ist denn jetzt los? Oh, nice. Adex. More frag. One more frag. What? Oh. Who's shooting me? Oh, baby. What the frick? Wo kam das her? Got him. Is that a guy? Nope. What? Ooh, baby. And where to go now? That's my car. Bishop. Wo ist der dritte? Muss im Haus sein, oder? Ist er im Haus? Hallo? The frick? What was the dance? Did I not have a new one? Why is that on the wheel? Wow. Wow. Nice game. Nice game. Two. Doom. Do 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 do. Hallo? Hallo?
Hello?
Hallo? Hallo?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Hi, Dana. Hi. C4 is useless. Happy Saturday.
We're in the center of the zone.
Oh yeah.
How do you want to play it?
I don't know. Asked me how I wanna play it. Just kill everyone. Yeah, no. Tutschen. We go. What?
Come to this area
Yeah.
on the shelter.
I'm coming.
Players here. Easy.
Do you need this here? Here. I dropped some stuff.
Thank you, my brother.
How did he know they are here? Oh, shoot.
For sure they are here.
How did he know they are here? Down, 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 down. Candy. Hallo? Hallo? Und tschüss. Ciao, Kakao. Jetzt fliegen wir ins Nirgendwo. Grip. $49.
Up there, huh? Up and down.
Oh, oh, oh. Yo, what?
He's pushing you.
Nice cheats. Oh Mann, ey. So nervige Hurensöhne schon wieder, ey. Hallo.
Hello, my friend.
Destroy a squad. Squad. No, 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 no. No. They come still. Okay.
Там два склада, что ли?
What?
Сюда упал на оранжевую. И у нас один есть за бочкой.
What about English, man? Please. Ace. Backpack. Where's my backpack?
УЗИ скинул с патронами. ВСС.
Doch jemanden gehört da eben. Enemy in my house. Nice team, man. Nice team. Yeah, good players, nice.
Какой хаос? Забор, блядь. Хаос, блядь. Как забор?
I marked it, you idiot. I marked it, okay? You fucking idiot.
No house inside.
Da, 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 da. Auf! Auf geht's! Ich will früh sterben. Los geht's. Los. Oh, fuck. Können die sich so schnell drehen, ey? Sind die alle dumm oder was? Dann wir 55, ey. Verfickt normal, ey. Another low player, low level. Another one. Ayo. Was ein Glück muss man denn haben, ey. Nope. Nice map. Nice map, bro. Auf geht's jetzt einmal. Dann machen wir ein paar Kills wieder. 10, ne? 10. Hallo? What? How low can you go? How low can you go? Backpack? For me? Anywhere? Low can you go? How low can you go? Ooh. There's no sniper. Sniper rifle for me. Freaking bot. Another repair kit. What? What? That's crazy. Gefree. Gefree. Ooh! Nice shot! In the head. Did he not stop? Har du net overhale? Oh. Så ghi trộn mấy đây. Ghi trộn mấy đó. Smoke this one. Altipucci. Chicken head. Ah, there's the cheater. Cheeto. Oh, hello. Da ist er doch. Double kill. Oh yeah, it's a Cheeto. We have a Cheeto. Hunt the Cheeto! Das war so scheiße schon wieder, Mann! So eine Scheiße! Yeah, we gonna spectate the Cheeto. Boom. Report, report. Yeah, exactly. Cheater alert. Cheater. A freaking Cheeto. Now you're gonna sit here and watch where all the players are? Huh? Where is he going? Hey, Sarah. Hello. Did he turn his cheat off or what? Oh my god. Oh yeah, come on. Do it. Yeah. Yeah. Get him. Yeah. Yeah. And that is possible another cheater where he couldn't use his cheats? That would be crazy. Yeah. Nothing changed. Nothing changed in this game. It's still the same. Dude, he's so dumb. Oh God. Yeah. Online multiplayer games are very hard. Almost unplayable. Dude, just run. You're dead. You're so dead. What are you doing? You are dead. What the freak? Nice aim. Sound? No. The one band. Yeah, when I started the game today, I had a permaban. A permaban. I wasn't on vacation, nope. No vacation. That's a bot. Hat das gleiche gemacht wie ich. Na gut, das ist ein Bot, ne? That is a bot. What you went to cause? Nice. Hope you had a great time. Good. How long was your vacation? How long? How long was it? For 1 week, which was long. Okay, yeah. Nice. Nice. think I'm going offline for a bit. Maybe I'm back later. Goodbye. You too, you too.